Are we? Good morning. I declare open the sixth and last scheduled public hearing for the Infrastructure, Transport and Cities Committee inquiry into procurement practices for government-funded infrastructure. The Australian government has made a significant commitment to infrastructure with $110 billion going into infrastructure pipeline over a 10-year period. This investment will play a central role in Australia's economic recovery. Given the scale of the infrastructure pipeline, it's crucial that governments are strategic in their procurement, coordination and sequencing of these infrastructure projects. In evidence received during this inquiry, it was clear that procurement practice must be effective and efficient. Procurement is also an important mechanism for driving key objectives such as enhancing Australian businesses' participation in delivery infrastructure projects and developing Australia's sovereign capabilities in the sector. Today, the committee will hear from Infrastructure Australia and relevant government departments. I would like to outline matters related to the conduct of today's hearing, which is being held with witnesses appearing via video conference. The hearing is being webcast and can be viewed by members of the public from the Parliament's website. Witnesses will be invited to make a brief opening statement and will then be asked questions by the committee. For the witnesses and members appearing via video conference, it is important to respect and adhere to the requirement to mute their microphone unless given the call to ensure that questions and responses are heard in silence. Witnesses have been given advice regarding connecting to the video conference. If during a hearing you are disconnected, please follow the provided instructions to rejoin the video conference or use or connect via teleconference. Today we have a representative from Infrastructure Australia appearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Peter Colicino, and I am the Chief of Policy and Research for Infrastructure Australia.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they must set their microphone to mute unless given the call to speak. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. I have provided a series of slides that I believe are available to members of the committee that I'll speak to briefly if you're comfortable with that approach.
Certainly.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll start by moving through the slide deck and I'll try to annotate which slides I'm on for the benefit of committee members. So as a reminder, on the second slide, Infrastructure Australia is a federal government agency. We exist to provide advice as distinct to funding or infrastructure delivery. We provide advice to governments at all levels, industry and the community across investment and reforms. And our focus is on delivering better infrastructure outcomes for all Australians. Moving to slide 3, we do that through a series of products, 2 of which I'm going to speak to this morning. Firstly, our Australian Infrastructure Audit, last released in August 2019, which addresses or identifies challenges and opportunities facing the sector. The second is through our Australian Infrastructure Plan, released only 2 months ago. The 2021 Australian Infrastructure Plan paints a picture of reform over the next 15 years in order to address the challenges and opportunities in the audit. We also use our assessment framework to examine projects seeking more than $250 million in Commonwealth government investment, and we maintain a pipeline of future investment opportunities through our infrastructure priority list. Finally, we were tasked by then COAG and now National Cabinet through the First Secretaries Group in providing advice on infrastructure market capacity. Our inaugural report was presented to the First Secretaries Group in August, and I'll speak to it briefly, jumping to slide 5. So our market capacity program is a unique and first of its type examination of capacity in the Australian market. It looks across skills, risk, plant, equipment and materials. Our work through the Market Capacity Program is generally available to the public. I say generally in the sense that we have some working dashboards, some tools that we use ourselves for part of our analysis, as is shown on slide 5. But our first phase report, as well as presenting a complete picture of plant, labour, equipment, material, demand, and skills supply, as well as risk, also featured some deep dive analysis around skills, risk, and energy. When we moved into phase 2, of which part of our analysis will include a particular report looking at public sector skills, and also a partnership with the CSIRO looking at materials supply, particularly across aggregates and cementitious materials. Jumping to slide 6, the key findings of our recently released report showed very strong annual average growth in investment in Australian infrastructure. You flagged, Chair, at the outset, the record level of investment in the sector. Indeed, investment in major public infrastructure, that's projects over $100 million in most Australian jurisdictions, or 50 million in ACT, NT and Tasmania, is expected to peak in 2023 at 52 billion. That's an increase of more than 100% over current investment levels. We see that level of spending is likely to create pressure on skills as well as access to materials. In fact, we see around 105,000 jobs likely to be unfilled in 2023. Demand for materials is also projected to grow significantly, with an average of 30% per annum between 2021 and 2023, but higher levels of demand in particular resource categories. The effect of that growth, while creating opportunity for Australian businesses and of course employment, is the likely increase in risks associated with delivery, associated with price escalation, availability of materials and skills, as well as potential conflicts, interdependencies or interface risks with multiple projects being delivered in close proximity. We've noted in our report the importance of data sharing in order to provide this view of the future. And in fact, I would like to emphasize the point today that a long-term view of the infrastructure investment pipeline, a 10-year view, is critical in order to allow the sector to invest in its own capability and skills in order to meet demand for infrastructure, and demand that's very focused on transport currently. So jumping to slide 7, you can see the level of investment forecast across the major components of infrastructure sectors being transport, utilities and buildings. As you can see, the pipeline is dominated by transport. In fact, around 80% of spend by dollars is in the transport sector, around 58% of projects by name, but a significant weighting towards transport, despite the fact there is a major shift in the energy sector underway, as well as the long run investment, for instance, in projects like NBN and the communication space more broadly. Jumping to slide 8, however, you can see that investment in major infrastructure represented in burgundy on this slide is only a small proportion, in fact, around 20% of spend across engineering and construction work. So the investment in large infrastructure is only a fraction of the market. However, being very large projects, we believe that it has the ability to suck resources from adjacent sectors. So what does that mean in terms of the pressure on the sector? Moving to slide 9, you can see while there's a 100% increase in spend, we're expected to see a 75% growth in demand for skills, 120% growth in demand for materials. So materials like the primary components around steel, timber, rock, etc., included in infrastructure delivery, as distinct to 125% in demand for equipment being components that are manufactured and are inputs, things like control equipment, and 140% growth in demand for plant, particularly driven by specialised plant like heavy cranes and tunnel boring machines or road headers. You can also see on this slide that point I mentioned earlier about the close proximity of projects, and with around 87% of the spend across the 3 major cities on the East Coast, I guess it's no surprise that 39% of mega projects, that's projects over $1 billion in value, is being delivered within 5 kilometres of another similarly sized project, and indeed 91% within 200 kilometres. That proximity is an interesting question because it places pressure, hyper-local pressure, if you like, on demand for materials and skills. Moving to slide 10, we reflect on the rate of growth, and I would really like to emphasize that the pipeline that's displayed on slide 10 is a reflection on current known spending. The tailing in investment beyond 2024 or 2025 is only a reflection on the period of forward estimates. It's unlikely, highly unlikely, that infrastructure expenditure would drop in a total sense in the way that's depicted on this slide. So I would encourage the focus on 2020 to 2024. And you can see the level of growth is significant, as is mentioned, so significant, in fact, that it outstrips the industry's confidence in its ability to deliver. So looking across the pipeline, industry has indicated to us a relatively high degree of confidence that annual growth between 10 and 12.5% can be delivered. However, growth beyond 17.5% is likely to outstrip the capacity of industry to ramp up to deliver the investment program. The risk around that is over cost, over budget. What does that mean in a practical sense? Well, moving to slide 11, you can see demand for skills, the known demand against known supply. So what we can see here, as I've mentioned earlier, is around 105,000 roles likely unfilled in 2023. That means 1 in 3 jobs in the sector will go unfilled, presenting a worker shortage that's 5 times worse than the experience during 2017-2019, and on par with the resource investment boom that we saw in the late 2000s. Beyond that slide, on slide 12, you can see a breakdown in the demand for plant. So that 140% growth in a macro sense, broken down by the type of equipment. As I've mentioned, the rapid rate of growth is driven in part by specialty plant. On slide 13, you can see demand for skills. As mentioned, 75% growth over 3 years. And I really would just emphasize it's both trades and university qualifications. So we're likely to see constraints on labor as well as skills. On slide 14, you can see demand for equipment driven in large part by control equipment, a vital component in the delivery of large rail projects. And then on slide 15, you can see changing demand across a series of materials. Demand that indeed is both high in concrete as well as steel. And there are particular components like rail track, for instance, provided only by Whyalla Steelworks, which is likely to experience a 250% increase in demand. Jumping to slide 16, the consequences of the large project pipeline and indeed some of the constraints that we've mentioned play out in a series of 12 critical risks across contractor declining profitability, risks around embedding climate risk and impacts on insurance, price escalation, as I've mentioned, decarbonisation costs, really critically for the advisor sector. And I would really emphasise this as it's been expressed by industry to us, the most critical issue facing the advisor component of the market, a rapid decline in professional indemnity insurance availability and a hardening of that element of the market. We see risks around cybersecurity, labour shortages, difficulty with contractors embedding utilities risk, pressures on social licence, and indeed a series of other challenges, notably cost optimism bias. So jumping to the following slide, you'll see a line graph. This graph shows globally the likelihood of cost overruns for transport assets across a series of different classes, from conventional rail through to motorways and other roads. I've mentioned before that 80% of the Australian large infrastructure project pipeline is driven by transport assets in terms of value, 58% by number of projects. And I really would emphasize on this slide that optimism bias suggests that 75% of transport projects globally, and Australia seems to be aligned with this global trend. 75% of projects are delivered over budget. And to achieve a P90, that is a probability that 90% of transport projects are delivered within a budget, would require a contingency of 100% over the capital value. So we really see optimism bias and the risk of overrun playing a critical role impacting project costs. Jumping forward to slide 18, I want to just reflect quickly on the prospective solutions to some of these challenges we've identified in the market capacity report. Opportunities that are identified in the 2021 Australian Infrastructure Plan. I would like to emphasise on slide 19 that this work, the Australian Infrastructure Plan, has been informed by over 6,500 consultations across industry, the community and governments. We've worked in partnership with organisations within industry, within the not-for-profit sector, as well as government agencies, and I'd say notably Infrastructure New South Wales in our work on resilience. The plan is itself a series of documents as shown on slide 20, the main document being our Australian Infrastructure Plan. However, we do have a forthcoming focus on industry policy through our deliverability report, likely to be produced and released early next year. We've seen in the recommendations of the plan on slide 21 an ability both to look at the balance or the trade-off in benefits and costs of projects. We've provided recommendations identified to specific organisations from across government and industry, and we've flagged measures of progress. On slide 21, I would just make the point that we emphasise the types of areas that this committee is examining, including the need for a national infrastructure industry vision that would point to the role that industry policy can play in supporting public infrastructure delivery, so a policy for the industry itself. Our reforms within the industry chapter feature in 2 of the 5 top recommendations from the plan, both our reforms to improve planning, portfolios and pipelines, and next generation infrastructure investment, including a maturing role for government. I'll just move very briefly through the remaining slides, perhaps jumping forward to slide 25, where I start to speak about industry reform. Our industry reform chapter examines productivity and innovation. Our recommendations are a complement to some work occurring elsewhere within government, notably some work that is underway within the National Cabinet Reform Committee. I would just like to emphasise on slide 27 our recommendation around improving planning, portfolios and pipelines. It is an acknowledgement that the sector doesn't have endless capacity, nor does it have endless capability. There is a need for a stable, detailed and reliable pipeline that industry can invest in its own capability. There is a need to ensure that skills are available to support the investment pipeline, or else we are likely to see pressure on wages. And so too, there's a need to ensure access to materials across the range of material categories to ensure price escalation does not occur. A well-sequenced pipeline actively managed by governments can limit or remove those pressures by ensuring that projects are delivered at a time to optimise the market's capability and capacity. And so too, that active management can support an increase in industrialisation or the adoption of modern methods of construction, such as design for manufacture and assembly and platform-based design. And we've heard from organisations like Prefab Australia that those sorts of delivery models have the possibility of leading to benefits in terms of timeliness and cost of infrastructure delivery, including savings of up to 30% at both the design and delivery phase. We also see critical reform at an individual project level, both in terms of improved front-end planning and due diligence, or front-end engineering and design, the notion of going slow to go fast, and additionally engagement with industry through the adoption of collaborative practices, leveraging the Project 13 approach from the UK, as well as the types of reforms that are presented by the UK IPA through the Transforming Infrastructure Delivery report recently released. Jumping to slide 28, two more recommendations very briefly. The first is the need to adopt a digital by default approach, moving away from digital by exception, which really leaves benefits on the table in terms of infrastructure delivery and project efficiency. We see an opportunity for a focus on improved policy, skills, standards, and consistent approaches, the need to value data as an asset alongside physical assets, and the need for scalable, repeatable interventions rather than bespoke solutions that might suit a single project. And finally, the role of government sits alongside the private sector as critical in infrastructure delivery. There is a need to invest in the capacity and capability of the public service to ensure effective program and project management, effective commercial skills, and indeed that procurement policy can be consistently applied, delivering value for money and being optimised to a project setting. I call out my colleagues in IPFA, the Infrastructure Project Financing Agency, as well as SPIDO, part of the Department of Infrastructure, who are building Australian government capability, a legitimate and meaningful capability that can support the role of the Commonwealth as a partner to states and territories and also industry. I'm happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you very much for that. And I'll go straight away to Luke, who has limited time. Luke, how are you?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question around the maturing role for government. Do you think there's a need for sort of post-infrastructure project audits to work out whether the taxpayer got what they paid for or not?
Thank you for that question. That process that you've described is often referred to as a post-completion review within the sector. A post-completion review is the fourth stage of Infrastructure Australia's assessment framework. So we recommend for all major investment, and increasingly there is a role for these types of reviews on smaller projects as well, that a lessons learned process, if you like, is undertaken so that challenges that the project may have experienced once, and then the solutions that are used can be deployed many times. The idea of having the problem only manifest once and then a consistent approach to solutioning is critical. So yes, absolutely, Infrastructure Australia feels very strongly that post-completion reviews are a vital component of effective value for money infrastructure delivery.
Thanks. Just wondering whether in regional areas, I'm in Darwin, but many regional areas around Australia where there's different dynamics at play, and where the Australian governments are really a big player in terms of infrastructure in those relatively smaller markets. Should the Commonwealth approach its procurement in a different way for regional areas in Australia? And if so, how's that taken into account? If it should, is it taken into account in the plan, and how?
Thank you for that question. Let me try my best to answer that question in full. To say, firstly, it's very important to acknowledge the role of the Australian government, both in infrastructure funding and more particularly in infrastructure delivery, is reasonably limited. The Australian government provides around 1 in every 10 infrastructure dollars in the country, but where that contribution exists, it is, of course, an important contribution. There's limited opportunities for the Australian government to affect change or to define how projects are delivered by state and territory governments, particularly where the project is funded through a national partnership agreement. There are limited conditions associated with the NPA. However, where there is a particular grant funding opportunity, or if Commonwealth investment is provided through the way of debt or through equity, there's an increased opportunity for the Commonwealth to affect change and to drive a project delivery outcome. An example of that is ARTC and indeed the work around Inland Rail, where we've seen that project take a procurement approach where it's sought to engage smaller, more local contractors on some elements of project delivery, engaging a domestic and indeed regional workforce on those projects. So we do see the opportunity for those sort of approaches. The opportunity for the Commonwealth, to be clear, is greater where that authority exists. For instance, if a conditional grant is provided, or more particularly, because it is a more regular occurrence within the industry where the Commonwealth is either an equity investor or a debt provider through some sort of debt vehicle. And just to reiterate, Inland Rail is an example of that, although the Commonwealth has invested through those types of alternate vehicles in other projects, notably WestConnex in Sydney, or for that matter, its interest in Western Sydney Airport, or indeed in Snowy 2.0 through Snowy Hydro.
Thanks. I'll go to other people who've got questions. Thanks, Chair. Or happy to ask another one if you want, Chair.
I believe the Chair may be having technical difficulties just at the moment.
No, it's just that continuous development of the public service. Like, I couldn't agree more that we need that to continue to build the capability of the public service in regards to the professional skill sets that are required to analyse a particular market. And obviously, as I just mentioned, got an interest in not having big tier one organisations or as many big tier ones present in regional areas of Australia, like up here in Darwin. How is that professional development coming along in terms of managing government-funded projects, and is that just done through the grad programs, or is it done by public servants taking part in industry courses? Yeah, just interested in that skill development.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you for that question.
Well, I'm still making my own. That's Noah's lunch.
There's a broad conversation regarding skills in the public service and the opportunities. So I would be very particular, first of all, to call out two different issues. One is size of public service, and the other is capability and availability of appropriate skills. And I'd really like to focus on that second piece. We do see within the sector, and we have seen over many years, notably through the Scope for Improvement reports prepared by the Australian Contractors Association, Infrastructure Partnerships Australia, and supported by various legal firms. Blake Dawson, particularly historically, has pointed to skills and capability within the public service as being an area of need. That need to ensure appropriately skilled and experienced commercial and project management capability to work not in duplicating the role of the private sector, but as an effective custodian of taxpayers' funds and a mature client. The opportunity to develop those skills occurs both within the public service and the roles that an individual is exposed to, if you like, the on-the-job component. But it does mean providing an attractive working environment where the delivery of commercial outcomes is appropriately acknowledged and recognised is really quite critical. So that goes to terms and conditions of employment. Additionally, there's a need for support around those skills in terms of particularly risk exposure and support for innovation. we need to ensure that the public service and indeed client project managers are appropriately supported in their perceptions around risk and their support for innovation. And we can do that through some of the areas that you mentioned. So they are both through exposure to industry and ensuring that there is a regular and indeed supported movement of skills and professions between the public and private sectors. We need to make sure that there are opportunities for on-the-job training and exposure to new projects, and that includes, as you've mentioned, from grad programs through to particularly more senior roles. And I would emphasise it's the senior roles, the senior project leadership roles, where there is a gap both in the public and private sectors. And I'd also speak to formal education, as you've mentioned. We've seen, for instance, in Victoria, through the Project Leadership Academy, and in New South Wales through the John Grill Centre, both industry and government processes to improve project leadership within the sector. They are critical skills that are needed to both deliver value for money and improve efficiency. And on top of those things, as we've mentioned, there is this need to focus on retention of skills and capability, ensuring that we have an enduring capability within public services, I should say, in order to lead projects of various sizes and scales. And very large projects bring with them very large risks and indeed complexity, requiring highly skilled professionals in both the public and private sectors.
Thanks for that. Chair, are you back on?
I am. Are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. So I'll just hand back to you, Chair. Thanks for those contributions.
Thank you. And I'm sorry that technology let me down. I lost, couldn't hear, and you couldn't hear me, which you might have been happy with that, but I wasn't happy with not being able to hear you. Thank you for your opening statement. It does seem we are at a pivotal time. This is a really important inquiry. It constantly, you mentioned long-term 10-year plans, and it's been in evidence quite often during this inquiry. Is this long enough in this time when we are concerned with building industry and local capability for a concern of national sovereign security? And there are major projects that will take far longer than 10 years to deliver. That should we not be learning from Japan, for instance, who made 50-year plans for the rollout of their high-speed rail and built an industry around it, understanding intrinsically the purpose for that infrastructure. We are concerned with our imbalance of settlement, the need to rebalance that settlement and the facilitating infrastructure. So should we be looking at, and procuring being a central part of much longer term thinking? The criticism often is that our infrastructure projects are determined by electoral cycles. We're aware that Sweden legislates infrastructure, and there has been suggestions from the Governor of the Reserve Bank that possibly infrastructure should be put into a body that is less influenced by the government of the day. So Peter, could you talk on all of those issues, longer term planning, so what we're actually doing in the next 10 years is really current works, but that we are actually adhering to a direction and a bigger picture of building capacity, building industry, building our domestic sovereign security?
Thank you for that question, Chair. I'll try to touch on all those issues. Firstly, say we at Infrastructure Australia certainly support the notion of the need for long-term plans, 30 or 40 years, long-term plans for infrastructure sectors, and indeed across sectors in coordinated plans. I'd particularly like to call out the work of the state bodies, the infrastructure bodies, and the work that they do to provide integrated plans for their jurisdictions. Western Australia, the draft Queensland strategy, the Victorian strategy, all recently released. New South Wales underway, and South Australia's strategy refresh about to kick off as well. Those long-term planning processes complement the work that we undertake ourselves through the Australian Infrastructure Plan, looking at reform, and through the Infrastructure Priority List, looking at investment over a time horizon of 15 years plus. To your point though, longer term planning is critical, both in terms of understanding future need and indeed corridor reservation to support those needs, and in terms of project delivery. 10 years, just to emphasise my comment earlier around 10 years, is really a focus on investment, so spending as distinct to planning, need, and indeed potential solutions. So we need to lengthen a view around funding beyond the forward estimates to 10 years in the future. And we do see jurisdictions pointing towards that sort of outcome. We see 10-year budgeting within New South Wales, for instance, in their Transport Agency. We see a focus in other jurisdictions on that way as well. The reason for that 10-year funding commitment is that it provides a clear signal to industry to invest in its own capacity and capability, both in terms of procuring plant, building skills, engaging a workforce, and as you'll appreciate, many of the qualifications that are needed to support the industry require several years to complete, but also there's a process of increasing seniority and exposure to projects that builds capability once someone is formally qualified. So we do need that funding certainty on top of a long-term ambition. But sitting alongside that is the recommendation within the plan to very particularly develop an industry policy, an industry vision, as we've called it, for the infrastructure sector, looking at building the capability and capacity in the sector. There are opportunities to adopt modern methods of construction, to build digital capability, all of which offer potential savings, improved efficiency, improved productivity. However, they do require coordination between levels of government, which could involve, for instance, a view around definitions of processes or policy, so something that's relatively light touch, or it could involve coordinated investment, for instance, in building capability, as we've seen in Melbourne through the tunnelling school that's been developed by the Victorian government to support the delivery of their major transport projects.
Chair, looks like you're on mute.
Yeah, I was good at muting, but not good at unmuting. So I get a 50% pass. Thank you for that. The investment period of 10 years, I can understand that. The coordination, which is often mentioned, I would take it that that should be the responsibility of the federal government and its agencies and departments. But in this year of wanting to build industry and our capacity and our skill set for the purposes of sovereign security, we probably do need to look at that time period more, 30 to 40 years, so that one of the concerns has been when there is a major project, which won't go for 10 years, problem is there is a gearing up cost, and if there's nothing that follows, if there's not a pipeline of activity, that then there is the gearing down, and both of those costs are apportioned to that project, and that creates considerable cost. And there's so much to be learned in having bigger picture views. The example recently of our one of our light rail systems in Sydney, the rolling stock has been damaged by poor maintenance of tracks. We have two other light rail systems operating in Sydney at least. It doesn't appear that either of their rolling stock can be moved over there. That just seems to be a fabulous mistake that has been made. Hopefully we learn from that. But I get back to the point that in looking at Infrastructure Australia and their advice that it should be front of mind now that bigger pipelines are developed with a serious consideration of building industry to support future long-term projects and not have what we have now, a shortfall in workers to deliver what is needed. There's a boom on. There's going to be horrible shortfalls. We'll have this boom bust sort of period again. So that sustainable growth should be central. That can only happen if you've got a long-term plan. So what are your suggestions to achieve this?
Chair, I just want to touch on a couple of the comments that you made then. Firstly, I really would like to emphasize that what we see is a record level of investment spending, and what we see is constraints in the market that mean that record may not be hit. There are constraints on the ability of industry to deliver the forecast level of investment. Those projects will likely be delivered. However, they will either receive pressure on price, pressure on timeline, or pressure on scope. So really important that government can see that those pressures are real. We know cost escalation pressures are real. They are affecting industry today. We know that roles are unfilled, and we know that scope is being amended to suit the capability and capacity of the market. That requires governments, largely state and territory governments, who are the principal deliverers of these large infrastructure projects, to reschedule their project pipelines in order to suit industry capacity and capability, but also that we're able to look to skilled migration as well as micro-credentialing and training in order to meet those skill gaps. We also see pressures, as I've mentioned, for instance, on materials. There are constraints, for instance, on access to crushed rock, which is used, for instance, as ballast on railway tracks. The constraints that exist around access to those quarried materials are artificial in the sense that they're generally associated with planning restrictions around approval of new quarries, take limits from quarries, i.e. the certain amount of extraction that can occur within a time period, truck haulage limits, reducing truck movements in and out of quarries, and those sorts of policy limitations that sit on access to those materials need to be cognizant of the level of elevated activity in the sector. So where we see an increase in annual infrastructure expenditure, we need to ensure that we are our planning limitations flex in order to support that delivery. So we would want to see consideration of changes to truck movement caps. We'd want to see extraction limits that are more reflective of the true demand in the market in order to control cost escalation. We also need to see, as I've mentioned, a focus on micro-credentialing, and I'd point to IPWEA, or IPWEA, the Institute of Public Work Engineers of Australia, and their work around micro-credentialing. New South Wales TAFE has done similar work, looking at the movement of skills between one role and another as we see elevated levels of demand. And I would emphasise those as being critical parts of the solution. But we also need to see, as you've said, that longer term visibility in the sector so that organisations and individuals can make a call to invest in their capability with confidence that they will be able to receive a return for that investment as they move from one project to another, which is another reason why we need to ensure a well-sequenced investment pipeline, ensuring that projects of a similar type are delivered into the future, or at least that there's a pathway for skills transition between particular capabilities.
You raised quite a number of very important issues. Are you saying that there is a disconnect between when government makes a policy to spend $110 billion, they're not cognizant of the practical difficulties and blockages regarding access to quarries for crushed stone, the haulage of that, and any number of issues? And also I'll throw into that, if the federal government is to be the coordinator of states and territory infrastructure projects, an essential component is that which is controlled by the federal government of temporary skilled work visas, which is for the immediate need of a project. The building of an industry over a long period of time surely would be more in regard to immigration and permanent residency that is going to build those industries. And so often we see in families that the children of families go into a similar industry. And so therefore there's really a long-term plan there. So there's more things to be considered when we move from an announcement to then the procurement, which is what the issue is today. So how do we harness all of those issues?
So can I just, so jumping right back to the first comment about the 110 billion, I just emphasise that 110 billion is Australian government spending on land transport infrastructure. Of course, the Australian government invests those funds within state and territory project delivery. State and territory governments that also have responsibility around planning approvals for quarries and some of those components I mentioned earlier. So I really would just emphasise that it's the role of the states and territories to provide coordination between the investment pipeline and broader government policies associated with training and also associated, as we've mentioned, with some of those environmental approvals. You are right, though, in observing that the Australian government has its hands on the levers around skilled migration, which is a critical component of infrastructure delivery. We know, for instance, our rail sector's heavily exposed to skills and capability from the British railway sector because of the similarity in the industries, but so too there's skills and capability from a number of other countries that add to our own ability here. We do have the opportunity to grow skills and capability domestically, and we also have the opportunity to grow supply chains that are critical to the delivery of infrastructure. And I'd just point to some of the opportunities that are associated with new low embodied carbon products like green concrete, green steel, green aluminium that have been referenced in the government's technology roadmap as priority areas, as presenting opportunities for growth of Australian industry. So to your query perhaps around the role of those different interventions, skilled migration is a pressure valve. It is a critical pressure valve for the infrastructure sector because some of the skills that are in constraint are globally in constraint. So in order to, for instance, develop high seniority, highly specialised rail signalling capability, an area of skill that has been under pressure for a very long period of time, will take time and investment, something that we can do while rail projects are being delivered. But if we were to experience a break in investment in rail and then a return, it would be likely that we would need to re-enter that global labour market and find that global expertise in a highly specialised skill set. So it's the combination between all of the components working together. No single intervention, whether skilled migration or local industry development, can meet the needs of the infrastructure sector in totality.
Is the securing of a corridor for an infrastructure project, would that come under the headline of procurement? Or does it just precede procurement process?
I'd just give the observation that it depends on the mechanism. We have mechanisms through the planning system to allow corridor reservation. In some jurisdictions, they've chosen to employ those. New South Wales, where I appreciate is your home state, has, for instance, very long-term 60-year plus corridor reservations for motorway projects, which is distinct to another jurisdiction, for instance, Western Australia, that used its metropolitan levy to procure parcels of land that are now being deployed as part of the MetroNet project. So there are different approaches in different Australian jurisdictions. Certainly that acquisition of land is a procurement of sorts, albeit it is typically decoupled from the delivery of the project itself for long-term corridor reservations. And for immediate delivery, it's very much embedded in those projects, the land acquisition process.
I think it's 8 years you've had a priority list, and one of those on your priority list is the reservation of the corridor from Melbourne to Sydney to Brisbane for high-speed rail. There's one, could you comment on that? But also recently the Japanese government, through their ambassador to Australia, made an offer of a desire to partner with Australia for the development of high-speed rail for the purposes of reducing congestion and housing pressures in our major cities and creating more investment in regions. Now, this would seem to be a very long-term plan, whether its day is here or coming, or whether it's overdue, but it is a classic example of having a country that has a skill set that is second to none as far as signalling and such, their technology with high-speed rail and the purpose of it. So the question is, what is happening in regard to the reservation of the corridor, which has been your priority for some 8 years, Infrastructure Australia's policy for 8 years, and how should we engage when a country makes an offer? Is it correct for us to then enter into a procurement negotiation, or should we immediately be going to a tender for expressions of interest? And when we also consider the sovereign security, the formation of Quad 4 recently, all those things probably should be put into the pool of consideration. If you could just talk through those issues, where do we then enter into a procurement? How should that best be done, this issue?
Thank you for the question. And I have to say some of the queries that you've raised fall outside of my direct area of responsibility, and you may also benefit from a conversation with the National Faster Rail Agency, for instance, around faster rail proposals. What I can reflect on is, as you rightly point out, that we do have a priority on the infrastructure priority list, added in February 2016 for an East Coast high-speed rail reservation. That reservation looked at the benefits of acquiring that corridor for delivery ahead of Australia's population exceeding 30 million by 2075. It identified the benefit at $2.8 billion rather than having to acquire the corridor at a later stage. I would say the acquisition of the corridor should be a component of an integrated plan for the development of transport connections. So we know that there is work that's underway, as I've mentioned, through the National Faster Rail Agency and also through state and territory governments, notably the work of Transport for New South Wales, examining the role of fast or faster rail in improving regional connectivity. Rail prospectively has a role to play. However, I would emphasise that particularly very high-speed rail or very fast rail is an expensive proposition. We have seen in Japan, China, France, investment in that infrastructure over a long period of time with levels of return that are reflective of the population density and the rail usage on those corridors. In Australia, we do have the very heavily trafficked or historically heavily trafficked Sydney to Melbourne corridor, but it is somewhat longer than some of the interregional corridors in many of those other nations. So a long corridor with relatively low population, but with a relatively high use of airline traffic, certainly historically. We have identified at Infrastructure Australia the opportunity for improved rail connectivity between regional centres and indeed capital cities. The particular solution, be that the speed of the rail service, is something that we would welcome proposals on from project proponents, notionally state and territory governments or the National Fast Rail Agency. Of many of the proposals that we've seen in Australia, the benefits of that investment have been below the costs of delivering the project. However, I would emphasise we see the strategic opportunities around improved regional connectivity, particularly by rail, as well as the opportunities associated with increased hubbing of regional aviation services supported by land transport access. In terms of the approach to corridor reservation, to my recollection, there have been no corridor reservations for high-speed or faster rail since the listing of that initiative on the infrastructure priority list. But as I say, there are proposals that are perhaps more developed looking at prospective solutions. In terms of domestic industry capability, we do have a rail manufacturing capability in Australia, both in places like Victoria through Dandenong, and also through other facilities in Victoria. In Sydney, we have a capability in Newcastle, at Broadmeadow, as well as at Cardiff. In Queensland, a capability at Maryborough. Indeed, the Queensland Tilt train, which is the fastest operating train in Australia, is a local design built in Maryborough some time ago. And the speeds that are achieved through domestically assembled rolling stock, albeit not produced, like, for instance, the suburban rolling stock in Sydney, is capable of much higher speeds than it operates at today, with speeds limited by the track design. So there are opportunities around track straightening, increased electrification, deployment of faster but not very fast rolling stock that could improve rail services in Australia, and indeed could engage the existing local production capability, with that production capability typically located within the state, with the gauge that rolling stock would operate on.
Thank you. Vince, are you there? Would you have a question? Unusual for a politician to be so shy.
Yes, thank you. Had some similar issues to you, Chair, on getting off mute. Thanks very much for the opportunity for the presentation as well. And we're covering a lot of ground, which is great. I do have a couple of questions. The first one's on slide 16. I was interested, after hearing quite a bit about the supply constraints. It was interesting to see that that there was a forecast reduction in contractor profitability, which seems counterintuitive. I'm guessing that potentially some of those reasons may be that because of the constraints around resources, it becomes more complex and then therefore more costly for contractors to manage and deliver projects profitably. Another guess of mine is that larger contractors, as we've heard throughout these hearings, may be better positioned to be profitable, with subcontractors being more challenged to turn a profit because of the nature of the procurement system. But really just interested to hear, I suppose, why there is that forecast decrease in contractor profitability despite demand going unmet in so many of the areas that you've covered today.
Thank you for the question. So that reflection on declining contractor profitability is both a reflection of recent experience as well as a view of what could occur in the future. So we have already seen declining profitability, and there are a complex set of reasons why that's the case. Some of them go to the behaviour of the contractors themselves, but there are also constraints on contractors that are associated with the types of fixed price contracts that they enter into with the government, and the risks that they are forced to take for which they have very little control, with cost escalation impacting their projects and then the requirement to absorb those costs. So we see them being pinched, if you like, between a fixed contract value and then rising input costs eating into the profit margin. Now, that is a risk the contractors take. They take it willingly, or at least in part willingly. But what we see is, in some cases, an immature public sector shifting risks to the private sector that they don't have a capability to effectively manage. Some of those risks would be better shared or managed entirely by the public sector. And the reason why the public sector would make that call is a recognition of the long-term value of a capable, well-resourced Australian infrastructure sector as distinct to a myopic single project focus on profitability or indeed lowest cost. And our strong advice to governments is that we need to move away from a project-to-project, contract-to-contract view, where the public service is incentivized to shift the maximum level of risk to the private sector, risk that they may not be well equipped to manage. And we offer that advice of the need for a change of setting to think much more about the longer term health of the sector because of the continuing reliance of governments on the private sector to support infrastructure delivery. So we need to see a capable private sector able to invest in its own skills and capability, modernising plant and equipment and methods of work. And ultimately, the government will benefit on future projects through those same contractors looking to deploy those skills. So we really want to see a more collaborative environment between governments and the private sector, looking to build capability and deliver long-term outcomes, not single project or single contract outcomes.
Okay, thanks very much for that. That's very helpful. Another question that I have is regarding, you talked about earlier some artificial constraints, and the supply of quarried materials was one example, and I have certainly heard stories where local and or state governments have placed constraints on the development of new quarrying locations, and or some of the limits of materials that can be extracted. There will of course be situations which are in the local interest where those kind of regulations make sense, but it sounds like there are other circumstances where the constraints are not reasonable. So I wonder, Infrastructure Australia is obviously resourced to do a lot of the research which you've presented today, which is very instructive and helps us to plan. I'm just wondering, to what degree does Infrastructure Australia engage with organisations like, say, the Institute of Quarrying Australia or other professional representative bodies to help arm them with information that you have access to that might be of benefit as they have those conversations, particularly with local and state governments, to try and get them as good a balance as is possible regarding some of these regulations which you point out are out of kilter?
It's a wonderful question in the sense that for Infrastructure Australia, our priority is collaboration and partnership and the provision of our research in open forums. All of the policy work that we undertake is available through our website. We contact relevant organisations as part of both preparing the work and then supporting adoption. I'd just point to the Australian Infrastructure Plan, where we've made a particular effort through a document called our implementation pathway to call out the specific role that we see for organisations both within government, the community and industry in supporting our reform recommendations. I also mentioned earlier the 6,500 organisations we saw in developing the plan. Some of the organisations you've mentioned, I would say that I don't have an existing relationship with, but they're, I'm sure, organisations that both make up their membership, and organisations that exist in similar areas are part of our regular engagement. And indeed, earlier today, I met with an industry group who I spoke with about pressures around access to timber and steel, and they spoke to me about the way the challenges that we'd identified in our market capacity work had helped inform their discussions with government around a subsidy for the transportation of timber from Kangaroo Island to timber mills in the New South Wales coast, optimising the capability that existed in those mills, however, recognising the damage that occurred to local timber plantations or assets due to the Black Summer of bushfires. So I would say we are confident that our work has helped inform the work of others, both industry and government.
Yeah, that's wonderful to hear, and I guess from my perspective, it's also good to know because if as parliamentarians we come across those organisations who might be lacking in some hard information, but have empirical observations, it sounds like some of your resources, whilst you've got great engagement, might be even more widely valuable. So thank you for that. The Chair, am I right to roll on, or should I take a break with questioning?
No, while you're on a run, keep going.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'll crack on. So we saw that massive delta of, I think it was 105,000 workers not being filled in probably a little over a year's time by 2023. I think I also read recently about that delta being something in the order of, well, I think you pointed out 1 in 3 jobs as well going unfilled. So really concerning sort of delta when we look at workforce availability in the right skill sets, and probably unskilled or semi-skilled as well. So it seems like there's limited ways to solve that problem. I suppose one is to further increase employment, and obviously we're getting to figures below 5% unemployment. So I'm not sure how much sort of opportunity there is to drive that even further, but I was interested in your sort of locally focused concept, because that's an intuitive way that I guess we may be able to employ more people if there are local projects, although potentially temporarily. So I guess, further increasing employment seems one option. Skilled migration clearly is another option, particularly since our net migration has fell to negative balance for the first time since World War II. So obviously we'll need to consider where skilled migration needs to play a role. Micro-credentialing, as you touched on, seems also very sensible for roles which might be very specific, may not take a significant training effort in terms of time and cost to bring people up to speed. Makes sense. First part of this question is, are there other methods by which that gap in actual people to do jobs can be filled that sit outside of those categories I've just mentioned?
Let me do my best to answer that question, and please, if I don't do so, I'm more than happy to talk again. I just reflect that, firstly, to the premise of your question, you're quite right. The constraints are in labour and professions. So we see, for instance, likely shortages of drillers, of tilers, of electrical line workers. They are roles that are perhaps more orientated to labour than to, I guess, a highly qualified skill, in the sense that civil engineers or electrical engineers, etc., who are also in likely shortage, would be regarded. So we see a range of pressures. We see opportunities because of that for solutions that sit in one category to be somewhat different to others. So, for instance, I would flag that Australia has a strong relationship with supporting trading within other other countries in Oceania, and we see some of those workers supporting the Australian workforce. So there is an opportunity for our relationships that sit in other areas of government policy to yield benefits in terms of the infrastructure sector. Of course, we see an opportunity to further engage Australian prospective employees and staff through, for instance, better engagement and promotion of trades within the school setting, supporting those careers as offering long-term opportunities in innovative and productive industries. And I'd point to, for instance, the increased adoption of prefabrication and new materials like mass timber as really providing an exciting opportunity in trades and building, both in terms of public infrastructure and more broadly in, for instance, the housing or commercial building sector. So there is a really important opportunity to engage both a broader set of prospective skilled migrants. There's an opportunity, very much so, and an opportunity that we should pursue to develop Australian capability from people moving through the school system right through to people seeking a career change. But critically, there's an opportunity to engage women in the public infrastructure sector. Construction is the lowest sector for female participation in this country at 12.7%. It is second to transport, another component of the infrastructure sector, at 14%. It is really very difficult for me to comprehend how we can seek to only engage half of the population in the delivery of infrastructure when we have such critical skill constraints. And the effort that's required in order to make our industry more attractive to both school leavers and women is perhaps what I'd call a more modern working environment, with a focus on culture, with supporting more flexible work hours, with a move to, for instance, a 5-day week, which will require a front-end investment, a change in approach from organisations in government, but again will yield long-term benefits. And I'd really emphasise that point. Infrastructure is a long-lived asset. We are likely to see continuing need for investment, and that does provide an opportunity for investment in this industry change program to support a better, more efficient, more productive way to grow Australian organisations and skills which are exportable. Our capability in infrastructure, particularly in procurement and the development of the public-private partnership model, is well acknowledged and appreciated globally. We have an opportunity to further support that, for instance, through the deployment of digital models, through modern methods of construction, and also through more broadly supporting change in our industry, change principles like, as I've mentioned, Project 13, which interestingly was developed in the UK, but the only non-UK deployment is through Sydney Water in the Partnering for Success program.
Thanks very much for that. And yeah, we've observed through other hearings that massive delta in accessing women into the construction workforce. And as you say, the pathways of people coming out of school, as my kids are now, and sort of working towards growing their career pathways also makes a lot of sense, given the constraints that you've pointed out are coming down the pipeline. So I guess the last part of my questioning here relates to, you've pointed just now to some potential solutions. Your report is also comprehensive in outlining some of those solutions as well. I guess you touched earlier on government decision making and future planning, and that very long term. I think you mentioned something in the realms of sort of 40 years, for example. If we're not planning out that far, then the up and down cycle of workforces and skills and materials and supply chains coming on and offline, it will be not as efficient as it needs to be, and therefore we might not even get to the point where, as you were saying, that we can in fact invest as much as we aim to in infrastructure. So it may be a tricky question to answer, but I'm wondering about ways in which you think that governments, state and federal and territory, can be encouraged to both take that longer term view, but also to implement some of the recommendations that you're talking about. And I recognise that we as parliamentarians ultimately will be the decision makers on these matters, and governments of the day will be the executives. But and as I said, that's why I know it is a bit of a tricky question. This inquiry and our report and our recommendations are one important lever. But yeah, just wanted to hear your reflections on how you see us better improving or supporting government decision making at all levels for the longer term.
Thank you for the question. There are a few aspects to the question. So again, let me do my best to try to answer completely for you. I'd start just by reflecting on the role of the Australian Infrastructure Plan. So that document, which is now only a month old in the public domain, provides 29 recommendations identifying the most critical path of reform in our minds for the sector to deliver on increased standard of living, quality of life and prosperity for Australians, as well as to support a more effective industry. We touch on the role of place and supporting each region to deliver its optimal or maximum as part of the nation. We focus very much on industry and the role of the infrastructure industry in supporting delivery of projects and reform. And we focus on sustainability and resilience. Ultimately, that goal of sustainability and the importance of resilience outcomes, which, during this year of global pandemic is obviously more important than perhaps it's been for a century. So I'd point to the plan as being a pathway or roadmap to reform. It provides the opportunity for governments, industry and the community to each contribute to delivering a stronger infrastructure sector and indeed through that a stronger nation. There is the opportunity for individuals and governments and businesses to move alone on individual components, but there's also a key role for coordination, and we've attempted with each of our recommendations to identify a proposed sponsor for who we see a role in coordinating the reform effort. I'd point to the acknowledgement of the Australian government of the plan and their commitment to respond. Certainly, we look forward to supporting government's consideration of our recommendations and growing understanding, and ultimately, we hope for support in seeing the adoption of those reform recommendations, but so too we'll work with our colleagues in the state infrastructure bodies, as well as I've mentioned, state governments more broadly, to see that where appropriate, adoption of reforms and leadership of reforms, in fact, can occur from those levels of government. In thinking about the timing of plans and reforms, just to emphasise a 30 to 40 year strategic planning horizon, including integrated land use planning, understanding infrastructure needs, particularly around transport, but more broadly across infrastructure assets, is possible and needed. It should be anchored in a common view of population, which the Centre for Population in the Australian Treasury, working with state and territory governments, gives a new opportunity for Australia to undertake. So I would commend the work of the Centre for Population and their view of population as being a critical foundation to infrastructure planning. We should look out over that at least 30 to 40 year horizon, thinking about prospective investments, corridor reservations, and indeed reform. And we should commit to a 10-year funding program to provide that certainty for industry to grow capability and capacity to support cost-effective delivery. So there is a continuum from the strategic reform opportunity in the plan and its recommendations through to building industry capacity and capability to deliver on the commitments of government. And to your point earlier, it is the decision for government on which projects will be funded and indeed which reforms will be adopted. And it requires governments to balance a complex set of needs. We've attempted to do that or to support that effort of government through our reform priority list. The reform priority list was released alongside the Australian Infrastructure Plan. It uses multi-criteria analysis, fed by 33 criteria that were selected by 2,000 community members through a round of engagement to allow us to articulate where we think reforms will add value and what the trade-offs will be. So I would just emphasize that document, the reform priority list, as to support government decision-making, and particularly this idea that industry reform features as 2 of the top 5 reforms identified through that reform priority list. This reform effort is critical.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation today, your very comprehensive answers and your ongoing work. Really appreciate it. And back to you, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Vince. Melissa, you now have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you very much for your really strong presentation and the information you provided. I've just got a couple of questions. The first is around your acknowledgement of the need to do more when it comes to women, with 12.7% you said, and the addressing of the skill shortage. So this has been brought up a number of times across presentations. So there's a need for it, but I guess is there an urgency in the industry to fast track programs to support more women into this industry? Are you seeing activity? Is there things going on as opposed to everyone just acknowledging that it's an issue?
Thank you for that question. And can I firstly point to the work of the Australian Constructors Association, as well as the New South Wales and Victorian governments through the Culture in Construction Task Force, a task force that's chaired by Gabrielle Trainer, who's a previous board member of Infrastructure Australia, and certainly our organisation is represented on the task force as well. The recent development of a culture standard by that group with an encouragement of adoption by industry really emphasises gender diversity and the important role of supporting gender diversity in meeting the skills challenge, and for that matter, improving the performance of the industry more broadly through diversity in, to inform decision making and ensure that decisions are reflective of 50% of the community. So we do see these, if you like, patches of sunlight in the sector, but we also see some of the challenges around training and education opportunities or selection by women. Hopefully it's not a surprise to hear that representation of women in certain types of qualifications is below men. So we do see, if you like, a continuing dominance of men in some professions. And what we need to see, and what the culture standard encourages, is a broad shift in the way the industry operates. to both provide, if you like, a less aggressive culture that's can help reduce the risk of mental health concern for men, but also ensure that the industry is more attractive broadly to a more diverse selection of potential employees. And that sort of effort, while supporting gender diversity, will also help ensure the rate of suicide can be decreased in an industry where employees are 6 times more likely to die from suicide than they are from a workplace injury. And that type of environment doesn't just affect people on site, but indeed the white collar roles in the industry that are adjusting with some of those difficult, poorly allocated risks that I've mentioned earlier. So this focus on culture is really critical. It's critical to support gender diversity. It's critical to improve outcomes for all employees, men or women. And it's also critical to improve the relationship between industry and contractors, and ultimately to support that collaboration and partnership that's needed to deliver value for money.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I completely agree. I have one more question. You're talking about risks, and this is from the mid-tier firms who quite a few of them have told me they're feeling the pressure of the top tier in pushing down risks, and it's limiting their capacity to take on various work. And one of the challenges that you acknowledged in your presentation, in your report, was around future challenges as well, and the expectations of the sector to manage shocks and stresses, including in climate change transition. So there's all these risks coming down the pipeline, in addition to the ones that are currently there. How are you? What's the advice, or how is those midterm firms that we want to be able to step up, those mid-tier firms that we want to step up and to provide opportunities to grow and become top tier, but at the same time they're struggling to manage these risks?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to answer it in 2 parts. Firstly, just by restating what you've observed, which is that infrastructure, particularly large projects, are inherently risky. They are large, complex endeavours, often delivered in difficult, for instance, ground conditions, or in difficult climatic conditions, for instance, Northern Australia with pressures on heat and tropical storms, etc. But we also have a growing and more complex risk environment with, for instance, new cyber threats, climate risk integration, as you've mentioned, and of course, pressures on global supply chains associated with the pandemic. So we have an inherently risky industry in a complex, growingly interdependent and more varied risk environment. So Infrastructure Australia acknowledges that, and in trying to support the sector, we've recently produced a couple of pieces of work. Firstly, our Pathway to Resilience papers, 2 papers we developed in partnership with Infrastructure New South Wales. They're publicly available now. They look at embedding resilience in infrastructure decision making and also existing infrastructure assets. And the second piece of work is our National Infrastructure Risk Study that we undertook as part of the market capacity work, which both looks at geospatial risks, so things like bushfire and flooding risk, and also particular risks associated with asset classes and the propensity for cost optimism bias within project decision making. And we leverage the University of Oxford's project database in undertaking that work, but we also look particularly at Australian projects in partnership with the Dispute Resolution Board Foundation in order to ensure that we were reflecting, going to the question earlier about Australian project experience, but Australian lived experience in our assessment of risks and the information that we're making available to the community. So that report, and indeed the mapping tool, is available on our website. It's available for industry and for governments to inform strategic decision making and tender responses, and indeed the pricing of infrastructure bids or tender responses. As well as that risk report, we have this environment for tier 2 contractors where they not only tier 2 contractors, I should say, but suppliers more broadly, interfacing with a prime contractor who, like government, is incentivized to transfer risk. So what we need to really see is government as a more mature procurer of infrastructure, choose appropriately the risks to transfer with a view of the party best place to manage them, and selection of a procurement model which allows risk to be effectively transferred or shared. So we've seen, for instance, in the Level Crossing Removal Authority in Victoria, initially procure projects with some challenges identified by the Auditor General in that state, but then subsequently refined to provide a model that's scalable, very appropriate for the project class, allowing rapid delivery and risk to be shared between public and private sector. Very good, very appropriate model for those projects, certainly with the results that we've seen to date, but also not appropriate to lift and shift that model to the range of other infrastructure assets being delivered. We really need to see a mature, capable public service, well informed by industry, able to select procurement models that are most appropriate for the project. But on all those models, to have collaboration between industry and government over the long term at the heart of the arrangements, rather than, as I've said before, a lowest cost project to project approach, which often, unfortunately, leads to pressures in the market that can result in, as you've mentioned, risks being shifted from a prime contractor to a subsidiary, or indeed to an advisor, for instance, a designer, who ultimately may have to rely on their insurance as penalties sought, and then in time, the pressures that we see now with the hardening professional indemnity insurance market.
Great, thank you. Thank you for that thorough answer, and that's all my questions, Chair.
And thank you. And as we are out of time, I will thank you again for appearing before the committee and your contribution. If there's anything else that you would like to contribute in writing that might have resulted from our discussions today, that would be appreciated. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And again, thank you very much for giving your time today and your contribution. And I now suspend proceedings for a short break. We will resume at 11:45.
We now have representatives from the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So I'll kick off. So Phil Smith, First Assistant Secretary.
Lisa Lawrence, Assistant Secretary.
Louise Rawlings, Assistant Secretary.
And we have two observers in the room. We have Angela Hart and Victoria Dance.
Thank you. And could I ask you all, you were very quiet, if you could speak up quite a bit more.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's a little bit, I could go for a tiny bit more, please.
Okay. We'll
That's a reflection on my failing hearing.
No, it could be a reflection on our technology.
Oh, that sounded much better.
There we go.
Now, I must remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the legal proceedings of the Parliament warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. Now, I invite you to make an opening statement.
No, we don't have an opening statement. We're quite happy to sort of run over the submission, but we thought in the interest of time, go straight to questions if that's okay.
Okay, well, we have quite a bit of time. So maybe just if you just sort of look at the key issues that you would like to contribute and just give us a brief on that to begin with.
Yes, certainly. So I guess one of the key fundamentals, and I think it's been raised this morning, is the increasing pipeline and the demands that may put on supply chains, but also, I guess, the need for greater collaboration between Commonwealth, state and industry, and working through some of the various factors that certainly have been raised with us by industry and also the states in delivery. And I think also looking at some of the opportunities that then arise from that as well, to ensure that we can sort of meet Australia's infrastructure needs as we go forward. We should also point out, when you think about context, public transport infrastructure is a reasonably large segment in itself if you looked at it in isolation, but overall in the heavy and civil construction side of things, it's actually quite a small portion when you look at sort of residential housing and private investment as well. And I think our comments are limited to the transport side of things and not that necessarily that broader market side.
One of the issues that has been raised is that does government have sufficient capacity and skills to meaningfully engage in procurement? It seems that there has been a recurring theme that's come out during this inquiry, an over-focus on price, not value, a great want to avoid any responsibility or unforeseen circumstances in contracts, which appears to result in the tendering process of those who tender to put in large reserves for unforeseen circumstances, for risk. And that possibly we don't have the capacity to really identify that. And what are the best ways to address that when we're in this procuring situation, to identify risk? Should we be looking at being a responsible project manager, a possible co-manager, project manager, open books, collaborative negotiation? Where do you think we should be going? Should we be building our capacity on the government sector and seeking to entice people into lifetime careers in this area so that we are investing our taxpayers' money in a more responsible way? A few questions there, but more discussion.
There's certainly a lot to unpack there. I think one of the first things to say is at the Commonwealth level, we are generally, and I say generally, not the deliverer of infrastructure. We provide a lot of funding for infrastructure, but delivery is generally done, particularly in our case with transport infrastructure, through the states and territories or through government business enterprises such as ARTC for Inland Rail, Western Sydney Airport Company for the Western Sydney Airport, and obviously Defence is obviously a very big procurer. I think when you look at delivering an infrastructure project, I think it's important to sort of unpack the various elements that go into it. You have a lot of work that needs to be done up front through design and planning before you can even get to the procurement stage. You have to make sure that you obviously undertake appropriate market engagement so that you know the structure of the procurement that you're going to then deliver. And then you structure that procurement and you need the appropriate expertise within the government or in the delivery agency to deliver on that procurement. So at a principal level, you can certainly say that government needs to have people with adequate skills and expertise to deliver the type of procurement they're delivering. And that does impact agencies. And I know agencies, states in particular, spend an awful lot of time making sure they've got the right people for those types of jobs. But as you change, and particularly when you think about things like collaborative engagement or alliance contracting, that's a different skill set to a straight design or design and construct contract. And so you would need a breadth of skills to sort of move down that path. And you are actually seeing states, particularly on things like the Victorian level crossing. ARTC has a collaborative engagement framework for a number of the sectors that they're delivering. New South Wales have done a number of projects as well through a collaborative model. Western Australia is doing a collaborative model on the Outback Way. So there's a whole raft of states that are building up that expertise. Tasmania, for instance, on Bridgewater Bridge, used early contractor engagement as part of that exercise to make sure both themselves and industry were informed about the actual project. So I certainly agree in principle that you've got to have the right people. I'm not quite sure I would fully agree with the statement that there's not enough expertise, that there could always be more. And I think the skills need regularly updating depending on the procurement model that you're sort of going through. I don't know whether Lisa has got anything to add to that.
So I think one of the other things that we've been doing, as Mr. Smith said, we, as the Commonwealth, are not the procurer, the states are the procurers, but we can facilitate sharing of best practice through a range of forums with both industry and with states. And I think that enables visibility over what is being done and what is working in different jurisdictions. And I think it's also important that there is scope to be able to adapt the setting to what works in that particular environment. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach across jurisdictions.
Sorry, one thing more to add. I mean, obviously, as the pipeline's increasing, you are going to need more people to deliver that pipeline. And that's in all areas, both, the planning and design, the project management side of things, and obviously the contractors to deliver.
With your comment that you can facilitate best practice, because there is, in your submission, there is examples of what's happening in the Northern Territory, what's happening in the Western Australia, and I think New South Wales partner-based approach. So is your role to gather in these various practices and put it into some sort of standardized procurement manual that then is assisting the various states and territories to facilitate or to achieve best practice? So does that come from you? Does it come from them? And how do you, when it seems that the three states mentioned and territory mentioned here all gone their own way, how are you going about the actual gathering of it, the consolidation of the information to standardize and then distribute and engage with all states and all of those bodies that are going through a procurement process? How are you actually doing this, and where are we at?
Yeah, so there's a number of different forums that are at play. We, at the Commonwealth level, have a regular engagement with our transport state counterparts and share information around that. There's and I'll use the word loosely, but it's a collective led by Infrastructure Australia, of which you've got states and also industry and ourselves as a member. And that's got a regular forum where, again, they talk about issues in particular. One of the things that we're working on with the states through National Cabinet processes is really just about gathering that information and sharing that information amongst. I mean, it may end up being, and we're probably a long way from this path, but gathering examples of procurements that work in particular situations. I wouldn't say there's a one size fits all for procurement. I'd be very loath to say you must mandate this type of thing, but there are certainly good examples around the place, some of which I ran through, that have been shared amongst the states in those forums. And one of the things we're quite keen to do is actually put those into some form of document so that people can have that as a bit of a ready reckoner. Noting that would have to be a very live document, because as procurement models change, you need to then adapt as you learn. Similar to things like, 10, 15 years ago, there was, PPP guidance and documentation that the various states had, and then Australian government came out with a national framework. So you could imagine something happening along those lines, but we're probably in that sort of beginning stage of gathering that information at this stage, but sharing actively through those forums.
The states have their own procurement frameworks, as you know, that they need to comply with. So this is more facilitating visibility and sharing than about complying.
I might just move to Vince. Vince, are you there? Do you have questions? Luke, are you there?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I was just wondering if we could just flesh out the skill sets in the department and how you think we could improve those, whether that be through formal training or industry placements for the public servants within your departments. Obviously, you've got a grad program, but is there anything more that we could be doing so that the public servants in the department are as across these issues as possible?
Look, I think you raise a very good point. So if I was going to sort of outline some of the skills in the department, certainly within the division, but also in the areas that are responsible for some of the GBE oversight who are delivering major projects, you've got a mix of people who've got commercial background, project management backgrounds, engineering backgrounds, economic backgrounds. So there's a variety of different skills there. In my opinion, if you're trying, for instance, to understand the costing of a project, it really does help to have people who've either worked on projects or understand, the requirements for culverts. We've got people, for instance, if we're doing water modelling, who understand how water modelling works. So we've got a large variety of skills for the types of roles that we, the Commonwealth, play. And I know from talking to the state counterparts who are the delivery partners for most of these, again, they have people who are professional planners, designers, again, project management expertise. They've actually got people who obviously go and work on the projects themselves, because a lot of states actually do a lot of road programs themselves. So there's an awful lot of expertise around that. Certainly when we're looking at attracting people through cadet programs or graduates, we are trying to target those particular skills. And I don't think it'd be out of line to say, if we could attract more people who've been in the industry and done the types of work, then those skills would be highly valued in the public service as well, because there's nothing better than someone who's kicked the tires and done the job.
And certainly in the branch that I look after, which is investment advisory and business improvement, we have people with engineering backgrounds that have come in at different levels as well. So that industry experience is very valuable. I also think that interface with the sector and getting regular feedback on what is going on, both from a state perspective, but also from the different groups within the sector.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering whether paying conditions in the department are sufficient to attract the people with the skills that we need, or is it uncompetitive with industry?
That's probably a very tough question. It I think would depend on the skill set you're trying to attract. I mean, obviously we work under frameworks for pay. Those frameworks do have some flexibility around it, but we also have the ability to engage contractors outside of that framework for specialised skills as needed. And you know, we are able to pick up. I don't think we've experienced a shortage of engineers in this department. I mean, I can't speak for the states where they're probably more actively competing for those skills with the private sector. But certainly, I think the experience here is that we've been able to attract the right sort of skills. You know, from time to time, yes, we'd like to attract more, but I don't think we're really being beat out by pay at this stage. You know, we offer a more holistic work type arrangement, and you get to see a lot of very interesting work within the transport department. So I think to date, we haven't experienced that.
No, based on that.
Thank you. I asked a similar thing of Infrastructure Australia earlier, and that's around what sort of auditing goes on with federally funded infrastructure projects at the end, you know, to ascertain whether the taxpayer got, you know, value for the money. And they mentioned the post-completion review process. That's one of the roles I'm guessing that your department plays when there's you know, significant Commonwealth funding, regardless of who you know, does the work on the project.
Yes, that's right. So a requirement under our framework is for a project to, when they finish, to do a post-completion review. That often could be, you know, 6, 12 or 18 months after the construction side of it's finished, because you need to go through the warranty stage. So that is a requirement that we do have. We do hold back the final payment until we get that report, as an incentive to make sure we do get those reports. As they come in, again, our notes of administration point out the various things that we need to look at. You know, did we achieve the benefits? How did the costs go? And that assessment is done at that stage when they come in.
And how is value defined in terms of that review?
Well, I mean, value is a very interesting concept, because you've got to look at the cost and all the benefits around that, and those benefits could be economic, or those benefits could also be social as well. And we need to take into account all those factors. You know, if you were building a road project and the desire was improved safety, you'd be looking at, from a value point of view, did you hit those safety marks? And some of those might be tricky to measure, because you normally need a longer period of time to see if you've got the safety outcomes. If you were looking at something that was meant to improve the time and cost for freight, then you would actually need to sort of make sure that's captured in that post-completion report and would be part of that value assessment. So we try and weigh up all the costs and all those benefits as per the original case that was stated, and compare how those turned out.
Yeah, thanks for that. Just a question around the local industry participation plans, and the note where it was talking about Indigenous businesses and SME or buy local sort of procurement policies. How much work, if any, has been done in the veteran-owned business area? I've heard of different jurisdictions having different incentives or weightings, but I was just wondering whether is this a thing yet for veteran businesses or veteran-owned businesses, or is that not a thing?
Certainly at the Commonwealth level, we've got Australian industry participation plans We've also got the Indigenous framework that you mentioned for projects above $7.5 million worth of Commonwealth funding. I've, to be honest, not heard of the Veterans Program, but we can certainly take on notice and see what's out there in the state domain.
The one thing that we have seen is that there are a range of different practices in place across jurisdictions, as you said, in relation to buy local, but that's really around making sure that you've got a competitive market that is enabling participation across different sizes of companies in different locations. So we've certainly seen that have an effect, and so all states and territories have something in place in that space. It might come under that, but I haven't heard that specifically mentioned, but we are happy to look into it.
No, I'd appreciate if there's any, I can't remember now the state government that was, that I'd heard it mentioned, but yeah, I just met with Master Builders recently as an example, and they're, looking at those transitioning out of the ADF as a valuable source of, semi-skilled workers, with planning and logistics and common sense and a bit of drive, because they're struggling for staff, and just obviously seeing those that transition from the ADF, it would seem that there's a lot of value to the community. We know that if veterans transition into work, generally their experience is better than transitioning into unemployment, but even if it's just temporarily. So I would just be interested in any initiatives that are happening, because it is a great source. Obviously, we don't want to be attracting people out of the ADF unnecessarily, but also, it's important that we capture those skills that, after all, the taxpayers, trained them to a high standard, and to have them able to contribute. It's good for them and good for business and good for the country, just as an observation. But thanks very much for your contributions and answers. I'm good, thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Luke. Is Melissa there?
Yep, I'm here, Chair. Thank you. I do have a question, and thank you for your submission and your presentation. It's in regards to responding to future supply chain disruptions, and the work that's been done, I guess, on the not only the initial disruptions during the start of the pandemic, but the disruptions that we're hearing from a lot of the presenters that we've listened to now that are coming through the pipeline, lack of various supplies in the construction industry, and the potential longer-term impacts of this disruption to supply as we move into the months and even years ahead. Have you got any sort of reflection on what the work that's being done at the moment to not only look at in the middle of the pandemic, but ongoing?
Yeah, certainly. So I might start and then see who else needs to add. The area that sort of looks after that's not here today, but certainly we're very aware through the COVID period that there were certainly delays in shipments and getting certain material here. That's obviously, I think, actually increased slightly. Border closures within Australia obviously impact a little bit as well, but I think some good work by people in the department in conjunction with the states and the various health departments managed to keep that flowing reasonably well. We have heard there's been a bit of a shortage on some of the steel supplies and timber supplies at the moment, and we are looking at those types of aspects, but they're sort of a global issue at the moment. And I think, to be honest, we've heard from the NT, and Dr. Rawlings was talking about this just when we were on mute a little while ago. Computer chips is a bit of an issue, and particularly if you're talking about some technology related transport investment. There was some trouble with the NT trying to get some computer chips in to make sure they could actually deliver on a couple of projects up there around that. So I don't know whether Dr. Rawlings got anything more to add on that.
Thanks, Mr. Smith. So yeah, I guess I'd add to that. We've had that commentary in recent, really for years around, the peak is to come, and we see the peak every year being added to. And then obviously, as Mr. Smith says, there's been, supply chain issues through COVID. But I think our generalist assessment is the system's adapted quite well. So we have seen some pricing pressure, running a bit ahead of the consumer price index. We've seen a bit of wages pressure as well. Again, a bit ahead of sort of broader wages growth. But I guess our general assessment is the market is broadly adapting. And if we think about, as Mr. Smith says, there's some particular pressures around timber supply and that sort of thing. However, there has been that broader global imbalance that we hope we will see rebalance in time. So there was kind of that shift in the US around, goods demand replacing services demand, and it kind of created an imbalance in the US ports, and it kind of flowed through the whole global system. Now there's broader issues that we need to address through supply chain resilience, but we do expect that, broadly speaking, the market will adjust, and we have seen that through all the previous peaks. So it might see, a bit more pricing pressure, but broadly we would expect it to adapt.
The other thing that I would add into that is we build in escalation into Commonwealth funded projects, and we review that each year. And that is around looking at what's happening in a market and where prices on different inputs are going, and we take into consideration the sort of weight of those inputs as well. So while there are peaks and movements in the market, we have endeavoured to make provisions around having that reflected into our forward estimates of what we think the projects are, or what we have provision for a project. So there is some sort of room built in there.
Thank you. Thanks for your answer. That's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Melissa. Just moving to an issue of process in procurement. What happens if someone or some entity makes an unsolicited offer to the department, or on the other hand, if somebody makes, or some entity makes an unsolicited offer to a minister? How do you then engage, and do you, understanding what the pipeline of projects might be desirable, are you actually looking actively for those who may be interested to make offers to develop infrastructure in Australia?
Yeah, and I think the answer really depends on the type of project. For instance, if it was an unsolicited offer for a road in a particular state or a railway line in a particular state, that unsolicited offer would normally go to the state. The states have processes for then evaluating those, and one of the key criteria around that is uniqueness of the bid, because you've always got to make sure that you're going to achieve value for money. So the states have well-established practices and have probably experienced many unsolicited offers over time. The Commonwealth is not a deliverer of those types of projects, so we don't actually have an unsolicited framework for any proposals that would come in. But obviously, if we got one, we would then go have conversations with the relevant jurisdiction. We'd obviously need to take into account confidentiality type arrangements, and have a conversation about how best to address those types of proposals. And the reason we don't have one at this stage, and we are thinking about whether we should or shouldn't produce one, is because we're not the deliverer, and we do obviously have constitutional questions around rail that we need to take account of, and roads are generally owned by states or councils, it makes more sense for them to go to those jurisdictions first. So I think at that stage, yeah, so certainly we would expect most of those to go to the states.
In the situation of the Inland Rail, which goes from Melbourne to Brisbane and obviously through 3 states, how is that managed between the states and the federal government?
Yeah, so there's an agreement, an intergovernmental agreement between the Commonwealth and each of those states that provides the necessary consent and authorities. Most of Inland Rail is using brownfields railway lines, some of which was already ARTC owned, and then joining the dots between the greenfields for the relevant route. But the consent and powers, whilst ARTC is the delivery vehicle, the Commonwealth has an agreement with the states to ensure that project can progress across those jurisdictions.
In a situation, which is often the case, where states deliver, albeit the federal government is probably the funder, in the procurement process, should the federal government not be deeply involved when they're investing their taxpayer monies to be responsible and to be sure that the procurement process and every phase of delivery is being done with appropriate care and concern with the responsibility of spending the taxpayers' money? That doesn't seem to be apparent to me in practice. Should that be the case?
Yeah, so I think you've probably touched on an area of general governance. So whilst, for instance, for a major project, you would generally have a steering committee. The steering committee would comprise both the state representative and the federal representative, and they would go through various elements, including monitoring and tracking the progress of the project, the budget, the risks, environmental approvals, procurement methodology. So you have a level of oversight as part of that process, but the person who generally signs the contract and runs the procurement process consistent with whatever the steering committee or governance structure is would be the delivery partner, i.e. the state. But we do sit on, certainly for the major projects, we sit on steering committees with the states. For those that don't necessarily have a steering committee because it's maybe too small a project, there's a requirement under the governance arrangements and the notes of administration and the National Partnership Agreement to actually provide monthly reports on the progress of those projects. And the teams that are responsible for oversighting the states have regular conversations, weekly, fortnightly, monthly conversations with states and councils about progress on those projects. And payments are restricted to successful achievement of milestones. So there's a number of mechanisms from a governance and financial that help protect the Commonwealth's value interest and policy interests. It's also not uncommon to have various agreements. For instance, you might have an agreement, particularly for a greenfields type development, for business cases to look at value capture opportunities. So again, as part of the assessment process, anything that's got funding commitment of $250 million and above from the Commonwealth goes to IA to assess the business cases. But obviously the department also has a look at those business cases. We use IPFA within Treasury to again help us if there's some commercial aspects that we need a bit more assessment about. And we've recently done that on the Western Sydney Metro as well, implemented a bit of a value capture arrangement consistent with government policy and government statements. So there are a variety of checkpoints and governance controls that help us do that.
You mentioned before if there was a unique unsolicited offer, that there was a way of proceeding, and there's often a concern that shouldn't all government contracts be tendered out for expressions of interest, so there is a competitive bidding situation. But in the instance of a unique offer coming forward, how should that be proceeded? If it's from an entity or even a country, how should we then proceed?
Well, I think it depends on what the proposition is and whether it's come to the right jurisdiction. If it was something that is the purview of the Commonwealth, we would obviously have a conversation about what would be steps we would go through. To be honest, we'd probably mirror, similar to the states. You really want it to be a unique proposition before you would get past that first gate. That uniqueness test is often that first category before you start getting into the actual nitty-gritty of it. If it was something, for instance, if there was a unsolicited proposal to a state on a potentially state Commonwealth funded project, whilst it would be assessed by the state, we would probably have several conversations about making sure our interests are protected as well. So it just depends on the nature of the proposition.
So,
but as I said, we don't actually have in the Commonwealth, certainly on the transport side, a unsolicited proposal framework that we would. So that's what would be. We would have to work one up.
So in this time when we are concerned with sovereign security, we are trying to form stronger bonds with trusted trading partners and allies. And the ambassador from Japan on the 21st of July made an offer as to his dream was for Japan to partner with Australia to develop Shinkansen in Australia for the purposes of relieving housing pressures and congestion on our major cities and developing prosperity in the regions. We have often talked about in various inquiries need plan of settlement, and the consequences of not having had a plan are now obvious. How should have that been responded to?
I think that's a difficult one for me to answer at this stage. If you know, there'd be a raft of factors that would need to be considered there, including conversations with Foreign Affairs. There'd need to be consideration about the uniqueness of it. So there'd be a raft of things we'd need to look at with other agencies to make sure whatever process was a robust enough process. So I don't know if there's much more I can actually say on that, because it really comes down to what the pitch is and who we would need to have a conversation with. We are generally not, when we think about free trade agreements and that side of thing, non-discriminatory. That's other agencies would think about the foreign affairs components of things. That's not something we would necessarily do from a transport side of it. But we would obviously need to have a conversation with a raft of agencies about how to take such a proposal forward, if at all.
So in the absence of anyone else having made such an offer, should we not have, or we have a National Faster Rail Agency, and two of their terms of reference are high-speed rail and value capture, and obviously such a project would be largely funded by value capture. And as Victoria and New South Wales are both looking at putting in windfall imposts, and when you'd couple that with capital gains taxes, you'd probably have the makings of a very good value capture model. Should there not have been a response from government, or at least an engagement between the National Faster Rail Agency and their ministers? What should we do to respond to this offer to commence an engagement to start to work on, is this a viable option for us at a time when we are wanting to have sustainable growth? We need to have a plan to grow Australia. We're aware that 85% of immigration goes into Sydney and Melbourne, and so that would choke any chance of growing. So obviously we need to have strategic decentralisation for all the reasons that the Japanese did this, commenced this in the mid-60s, and continue their rollout. The opportunity to create industry, the attachment of that to an immigration program and to temporary working visas, there seems to be a massive work, but I am not aware that the National Faster Rail Agency or the Infrastructure Department has truly been engaged with the relevant ministers to at least exercise the courtesy of responding to this offer or commencing some work where our various agencies, departments and ministries are engaging with theirs to get some sense of when this might be an appropriate project to undertake in the interest of long-term planning, creating a pipeline of projects and the opportunity of actually growing an industry rather than the piecemeal ad hoc one-off project at a time. It seems an enormous opportunity to engage with a trusted trading partner, an ally who has an unparalleled history in delivery. So we have certainty of delivery. With the states, we have a funding mechanism. It would appear to me that this should have been a very important issue. But can you tell me what engagement the National Faster Rail Agency or your department has had with government about responding to this?
So I can't obviously answer questions on behalf of the National Faster Rail Agency. They're a separate agency, and I don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on government responses to overseas countries. I think that's really a matter for a minister to comment on that. We provide advice from time to time on various proposals and propositions, but that advice is advice to government, and I can't really elaborate further on that.
So if you were aware of such an offer in your engagement with the minister, you wouldn't raise that unless the minister raised that with you. Is that what you're saying? No. Advice goes two ways. Advice sometimes is requested by the government from a department, and the department is within its rights to provide independent briefing as needed as well. So in this event, if things were to progress a little, would it be incorrect, given the nature of the offer, its uniqueness, that we would enter into some form of good faith negotiations and engagement with Japan to have them as a partner assist us in the determination of whether this is a viable piece of infrastructure to achieve what have been our national goals for some period of time? Would that be a fair way to go about, or are we compelled to go to call for expressions of interest and have some sort of open tendering system?
Look, I think that's probably a hypothetical question, and it's really a matter for.
Well, it's quite a real question because the offer is there, and we should be responding. And so, is it appropriate if there's a unique offer that you enter into with? Leave this group aside. Anyone who makes a unique offer, is it acceptable to enter into good faith negotiations with such an entity, or is there a compulsion to have a call for expressions of interest, which also might violate what was contained in the initial unsolicited offer? There was confidence material, for instance.
So I think again, I go back to the overriding principle is about value for money. We as a department would brief the minister appropriately, and then the government would make appropriate decisions around that. I don't think there's much else I can actually comment on that. So
the National Faster Rail Agency is part of your department.
Part of the portfolio, yes.
So would you be able to ask them to make some sort of written response to these questions for us and provide that to us at a later date?
Certainly can, yes. Happy to take that on notice. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Luke or Melissa, are you there? Do you have any questions?
No, no further questions from me. Thank you.
I'm okay, thanks, Chair.
You see, I've got to go to my notes and try to read my handwriting to see what else I have. The state, New South Wales, this partner-based approach to risk allocation, has this been adopted at this point?
I think we will need to touch base with New South Wales about whether it's been fully implemented. So if we could take that one on notice, unless anybody, and just checking with the team.
Yes, because I would be interested to know whether this was done prior to the most recent light rail project, which seemed to be blighted by overruns in cost and time, and whether lessons have been learned to look at a new approach. And also, we should inquire the lessons learned of master planning infrastructure, so that in a city like Sydney, well, no city like Sydney at all, in a city of similar size, that we have apparently 3 light rail systems that are not compatible with each other, and as one has the rolling stock has been damaged, it seems that we're unable to move rolling stock from either of the other 2 systems to bridge this shortfall, and so therefore we're going to be without the light rail going out to Dulwich Hill for some 18 months. And so we go back to procurement, long-term planning. What would have been the advantages had we contracted at one time to build all 3, so an industry could have been developed, a continuum of work, and therefore the ability or the cost of gearing up and gearing down could have been amortized over at least those 3 projects rather than one. So the picking up, the putting down of the tools has been very expensive. And then this situation where there is not an intercompatibility between the 3 systems, are we learning, are we putting this into the deposit of experience and drawing some interest on it and making moves not to repeat these mistakes again? And when we are in a stage of procurement, should someone not in that position be saying, what other projects are available? Can we build an industry here by tying up several other projects that we're aware of, so that we get an efficiency through size? I guess there's something to talk about in all of that. So are the lessons being learned, and what are we doing in the procurement area to avoid making the mistakes of the very recent past?
No, I think you raise, I mean, without speaking on specifically those projects, I think you raise a very good point. And one of the things, if you say, look at Victoria's level crossing program or level crossing removal program, they, whilst their individual projects for each particular level crossing, the way they've obviously done it as a pipeline and guaranteeing sufficiency of work for the industry, then that has helped, according to the Victorians, helped one with the efficiency, two pricing so that both parties get appropriate wins. Inland rail is something similar, for instance, where they are able to try and standardise and commoditise culverts, etc. So you can build in appropriate aggregation, similar to the example I've used on the Outback Way, where you do not want, once you start, to then stop, because the mobilisation costs and remobilisation costs, particularly in remote areas, is very, very expensive. So I think the principles have been certainly have been discussed and hopefully learned, because you do need to look at, when you're designing your procurement, should you be doing it on an individual basis? Should you be building an alliance type arrangement for a set of like projects or like commodities? And I think that's a really good point you've made, because that's how you get some productivity gains. That's how you get interoperability issues resolved. But I would also point out that's not necessarily a new issue. Clearly, when you look at the state of the railway and you've got broad gauge, standard gauge and narrow gauge, it was an issue a while ago as well. So I would assume, and again, you can't speak for New South Wales, but I would assume when they're doing their designing, they are thinking about those types of things. And certainly in conversations with states, we've heard of many, many projects where they're thinking about how best to deliver a multiple set of projects in one contracting arrangement or multiple contracting arrangements. So the lessons are being shared and learned.
I guess one issue raised there is when various states doing various things, should not the federal government be alert to this and seek these opportunities? If at one stage in a previous inquiry we had the ACT putting in light rail, I think there was a couple of systems going into Western Australia, and there might have been something more being updated in Adelaide. Certainly there was something in Sydney and maybe something in Brisbane. But surely the central government, the federal government, should be trying to harness these multiple projects with a sense that they could be affecting at worst, a collective bargaining advantage, which would result in a standardisation of our rolling stock. And if there is a critical mass reached, that would warrant the further development of industry in Australia to produce such vehicles. And shouldn't, when we're providing the funds, we be alert to that? Or, when we are entering into these various procurement positions, that if we know that somebody's doing, or a state is doing it, a territory is doing it, can we not get them together and say, look, we're in the moment of procuring. Canberra is going for some German item, Sydney went for some Spanish item, and whatever is happening elsewhere, the power of collective bargaining would be surely an advantage if we centralised that procurement or played a role in it, or when we can identify that there is a critical mass that might warrant the development of an industry to build our own rolling stock. And in this time of security and concerns of sovereign risk, this should be in our long-term planning.
So I think there's a few issues there that would need to be considered. One is the Commonwealth doesn't generally play a role in the type of rolling stock at all. I'm not aware of us funding any rolling stock. So there'd certainly be a facilitation and sharing of information type role. I think the other thing that needs to be factored in is what is actually again being built, on what systems. every state again has slightly different systems, whether it's electrification versus diesel, depending on whether you're metro or regional. Again, the type of electrification and the type of rolling stock. So you'd have to take all of that into account. So it's a very, very complicated issue. But, you know, certainly one of the things we are trying to do is obviously share lessons across the jurisdictions. And I think what you're then sort of advocating is probably a further step forward. I know in conversations with the National Faster Rail Agency, one of the things they're very keen to understand when they're looking at the various business cases that they've been tasked with producing is making sure you deal with that interoperability issue. So they are thinking it from a faster rail point of view, how that works. So I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything to that.
I might just add in, through the work that Infrastructure Australia has done in its market capacity report and through the existing forums that we have in place, it lets us have visibility over the pressure points and commonality, I guess, that's coming up in the pipeline, and to have some lead time to be able to look at whether there are efficiencies to be had, or sequencing, or conversations. The Commonwealth, I guess, has visibility over the different parts of the pipeline, and those forums do bring that together to discuss things that are spanning borders.
There was mention of the level crossing replacement. In previous inquiries, we have looked at the impact of infrastructure on land values. And then the Victorian government is now putting in a windfall impost of 50% on rezoned lands. And I guess with any procurement, it's vital to know what funding is available. And there most likely should have been, in the past, more attention paid to those who are unearned beneficiary, that is landowners, around infrastructure and rezoning that creates ultimate uplift in value. We did an inquiry that recently that took a lot of evidence regarding Western Sydney and the airport and various infrastructure projects that had the most stupendous impacts on the value of land, that had gone from dairy land to land, $2,000 an acre or whatever, to when land is close to a new metro station, it might be worth in excess of 10 million. So there is per acre. So there is a magnificent uplift. And in looking at the level crossings in Melbourne, it has occurred to me that with every level crossing, there is usually a station nearby, and the opportunity to build denser housing, therefore lift zoning multiple levels, and therefore an enormous uplift in the value of those lands. And I was just wondering whether the department, because in the National Faster Rail Agency there is a terms of reference regarding value capture, but whether we shouldn't be more alert. Everybody in the room is playing on the team of delivering of infrastructure, shouldn't be alert to what prospects there may be to bring that to play, because often projects are dismissed because they say, well, it doesn't stack up. There was even some evidence earlier today that various high-speed rail projects in various parts of the world don't return a great deal of revenues as far as the ticketed price goes. But you can look at MTR in Hong Kong, which runs a $8 to $10 billion Hong Kong dollar profit a year, but only 4% of their income comes from the ticketed passenger. So obviously money's coming from somewhere else, and in China and Japan and other places, it comes from the capturing of some of the uplift of the value of the land. So I'm just wondering whether there should not be a greater focus on being proactive, looking at that, and all players on the field being alert to opportunities to more equitably have impost applied to those fortunate landowners or those who have speculated. What seems to have been so wrong is the speculator walks off with enormous uplifts, and then the poor developer that comes in afterwards pays this huge price and then is asked to make development contributions. And if we were able to capture the uplift, we wouldn't be weighting down the developer with those contributions. So just some comments on that and how that might fit into the procurement process.
So certainly from the Commonwealth end, there is a general requirement as part of our approval processes to explore value capture opportunities, revenue from third parties, so to make sure that we're trying to stretch our dollars as far as we can. So there is within our processes that Western Sydney Metro Rail is an example of that, where we've got an agreement with New South Wales for some value capture uplift associated with some of the developments. And Melbourne Airport Rail Link, again, there's a requirement as part of the business case to have a look at that as well, because I think you're right. The general principle that you should look at the sources of funding and sources of income for infrastructure projects, I think is an important one. How that then translates into getting actual contributions, I think, is something you'd explore project by project, but certainly the principle, and it's certainly written into our rules to have a look at those things for projects.
In mentioning Western Sydney and the evidence that we had, particularly from Professor Andrew McNaughton, whose evidence was that before you make any announcement whatsoever of any infrastructure project, you must secure the current value of the lands that will be impacted, that you would want to make a charge on. Now, this clearly hadn't happened at Western Sydney, and funnily enough, 2 days after his evidence, the announcement was the exact locations of the 5 metro train stations from St Mary's to the airport. But I would ask you, if there was a value capture mechanism in place between the federal government and the states, we had evidence of one speculator who bought land for $3.5 million and then on-sold it for $500 million. But I'm not aware of any impost on that transaction whatsoever. And this being the case, was that a missed opportunity, and should we be taking action to avoid that from happening in the future?
So hard to answer whether that was a missed opportunity. I'd need to have a look at the actual specifics of that. But certainly we do have an agreement with New South Wales for value capture along some of the Sydney Metro lines. I don't think there's any doubt, is there opportunities to learn from things as we roll value capture out across various projects? Yes, I think there is. The department's got in place a relatively new division that looks at significant projects, and one of their modus operandi is to have a look where can you attract third party or private sector investment into projects as well. For instance, if you were building an intermodal terminal like at Moorebank, you obviously get the warehousing is often very commercial, and you can get private sector parties to buy into that to help defray the costs for what is much needed asset and distribution centre infrastructure. So it is an area where, as I said before, we're exploring. There's an onus on us to do it, and we implement as per whatever the agreements end up being decided by government. So, but I'm not necessarily aware of that individual case that you pointed out.
Okay. Now, think I'm just at about a finish. I don't think we have any other questions. Do you have anything else that you would like to volunteer as to your best advice as what you would like to see come from this inquiry to, I think, standardise our procurement, improve it, make it fluid so that we can, as events change, technologies change, that we can have a system that can be modified on the run to address opportunities and needs as they arise.
Now, maybe just one general comment. I mean, obviously, this inquiry is a very good opportunity to hear from both delivery partners, oversight bodies, and industry, and getting a nice balanced flavour in the report that then gives a bit of some indication about a nice pathway forward, because I think there's goodwill, certainly in the conversations and the forums we've been in, about how best to improve things, how to make things move forward, how to be more efficient, because that's ultimately in industry's best interest. It's ultimately in the Commonwealth's best interest, and it's in the state's best interest. Now, whether perfect landings can happen, don't know, but it'll be a very interesting read when the report comes out as to that balance. And that certainly, I think, will be a worthwhile exercise.
Very good. Okay. Well, look, thank you again for your submission. Thank you for being here today, albeit with some technical troubles. It really is a timely inquiry, and very important that we form a team. Maybe the National Cabinet is the backbone of that, to have better travel of information and development of intelligence so that we get best possible results. So, look, therefore, thank you again for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretary will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. And thank you again for appearing. And I will now suspend proceedings, and we will resume at 2:15.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
From the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources appearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
So my name's Donna Looney. I am the Acting Head of the Industry Growth Division, and I'm also the Acting Australian Industry Participation Authority.
I'm Sabrina King, and I'm the Acting General Manager of the Industry Capability and Participation Branch, and I'm also the Delegate of the Acting Australian Industry Participation Authority.
Good afternoon, Chair. I'm David Osborne. I'm the General Manager for Technical and Safety with the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency, which is a division within DISA.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings and legal proceedings of the Parliament warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. We also remind all members and witnesses they must set their microphone on mute unless given the call to speak. I now invite you to make an opening statement.
Thank you, Chair. So I just wanted to mention that the main responsibility that the department has with regard to procurement in terms of the infrastructure piece is really our obligations around Australian industry participation. And so that's where we focus. And so Australian industry participation plans are required for all major projects over $500 million of capital expenditure. And they're also required for some investments and grants by government over $20 million. The Australian industry participation plans ensure Australian industry is given full, fair and reasonable opportunity to compete for work in major public and private projects. When I break that down, when I'm talking about full, it means Australian industry has the same opportunity as other global supply chain partners to participate in all aspects of an investment project, right from design through engineering and project management. When we say fair, I mean Australian industry is provided the same opportunity as global suppliers to compete on an equal and transparent basis, including being given reasonable time and equal tender time. And in terms of reasonable, it means that tenderers are free from non-market burdens, such as standards that might rule out Australian suppliers. So that's the basis of our appearance today. Also, we have my colleague David Osborne, who is currently working with the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency, that may be able to speak to that specific project.
David, would you like to make an opening comment?
Thank you, Chair. I do not have any further comments to add to that opening comment, other than just to highlight the very unique nature of this infrastructure project to build a national radioactive waste management facility. It is the first of its kind in Australia, and where there is a relatively limited skill set for the requirements of the facility. But I'm sure we can go into detail as we proceed.
Thank you. It might well go to a recurring theme of where we're wanting to promote local businesses to be able to move from tier 3 to tier 2 or tier 4 to tier 3, and maybe some to move to tier 1. And in this time where we are wanting to establish a greater level of sovereign security, the building of an industry over a period of time, rather than what has been happening with so often in infrastructure, which seems to be reactive rather than a proactive plan and a long-term plan, which often results in ad hoc, piecemeal, fragmented rollout. And we've had any amount of evidence that verifies that's been the blight on our history. So with this radioactive waste initiative, does this have the potential of graduating into a very large activity or even an industry if we were to embrace nuclear energy, for instance?
Chair, we definitely see the process of designing and constructing and operating the radioactive waste facility as an opportunity to build a pipeline or a skill set that could be utilised in other applications of nuclear science and technology. As you're very aware, we do have an existing skill set within Australia through agencies such as ANSTO, the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation, PANZA, the nuclear regulator, ASNO, the safeguards regulator, and so on. However, it is a comparatively young and small industry in Australia, and we see this particular project as an opportunity to further develop that skill set across Australia.
And so you would see this as being in its infancy. And when we're looking at procurement in this particular area, should we not have an eye to what it might develop into and build into that procurement maybe the opportunity of licenses that would allow us to expand this into an industry? Would that be something that we should be considering in our procurement in this area?
I definitely think, of course, you're asking for an opinion here, in that yes, we should be building further the skill set in terms of procurement, both in identifying the procurement needs and also developing the suppliers within Australia, absolutely, yes. I think that is something we should be looking to expand. As to its application to other nuclear industries, I will leave that to my masters to determine.
Thank you. Just moving to the topic more generally, and if I can understand, if it is describing the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, and probably one of our central themes and concerns is energy, how it's gained, whether it's good for the environment or bad for the environment, the limited resources that provide that energy, or the unlimited sources, the opportunity to use science to, as the Prime Minister so often talks about, we're going to have technology over taxes. But on a practical sense, and to drill down a little bit, what's the opportunity of pursuing things like green cement, green steel, hydrogen production for export in ammonia and such things, and how can we facilitate that through our procurement practices? Big question, but really it's just a conversation starter, and I'd like you to comment on those ideas and whether they're practical or impractical, doable or not doable. Thank you.
So thank you, Chair. I will just mention that we don't actually have a representative from our energy area on the line today, but I think that I can speak to the question more broadly. So in terms of opportunities in the areas that you've spoken about around clean steel and those types of things, I think that there's definitely an opportunity available. My team has recently been engaging with those with peak bodies in those areas about the current status of where they're at, where they see opportunities and barriers going forward, and what sort of technology is potentially in the mix for the future. And the industries are all looking at those types of things, and obviously energy comes up quite often in that space. I would point obviously to the government's recent net zero plan and the measures that are in the plan to support investing in looking at those types of things going forward, and some existing measures as well in terms of looking at hydrogen hubs and those types of things. I would say in terms of procurement, I think that there is an opportunity for both sides to be looking at procurement, impacts of procurement on how we build those sectors into the future. And when I say both sides, I mean building capability within industry to bid into government sort of contracts and those types of things, but also building capability within procurement officers within government agencies to understand the types of challenges that can be faced by industry in putting in applications for tenders. It's also useful for them to sort of understand that working within the Commonwealth procurement rules and guidelines, there are opportunities to look at different ways to undertake procurement and innovative ways to look at it. One of the things we've been recently talking about with many people is, and it goes to your point, Chair, around building from sort of lower tier companies into higher tier companies, is whether we can look more at breaking up packages for procurement. As you know, many of the large procurements mean that you really need to have a large tier one company as the head procurer for those types of things. And so number one, it's how could we give more opportunity in the first instance to some of the smaller tier players, but then also how do we build in expectations that that the larger tier players will look through the capability that sits within industry in Australia and where it is that they can draw from that capability into their supply chains. And that's a piece that we look at through the AIP work specifically. So we work with proponents of large projects to make sure that they are doing, full investigation of the local capacity and capability to supply into projects. And then we also work with the Department of Finance, who obviously have responsibility for those Commonwealth procurement rules and guidelines, to work with procurement officers across the Commonwealth to understand where it is that those types of things can be addressed through procurement. And then we also work really closely with industry, and we're just in the process of launching a new capability building initiative for small and medium enterprises specifically, to learn about what sort of capability it is that they need to have to be able to bid into some of those larger and more complex government contracts as well. So we're working across all the spheres really to raise the awareness of the opportunities that we can see through government procurement, to do exactly what you were talking about, which is sort of invest in things that are useful for retained economic benefit, but also for where there might be the opportunity for future capability to be developed through technology or other means.
Thank you. In your submission under a title of sovereign capability, you talk about the need for Australia to improve infrastructure and work to contribute to the improving the robustness and resilience of our Australian sovereign production capability. There is a discussion that alienates any fossil-fueled production of power, but my understanding is that the gas-powered power stations are ideal as an intermediate measure to move from our reliance on coal-burning power stations to clean energy, in that you can turn it on, turn it up, and turn it off very quickly, which you can't do with coal-burning power stations. And so it seems to fill that gap, provide the resilience that we need to have power when we want it, and that it is an important issue, albeit as long as we're keeping our eye on moving to zero net emissions in the long term. So how do we go about negotiating that and actually establish more possibly gas-powered fueled power stations, albeit when it's in the mix to achieve something else? It's an interim step. How do we go about that in a procurement? Well, we might be procuring one thing, but it is to achieve something else. You'd comment on that?
So, Chair, I might just mention, again, unfortunately, we don't have one of our gas colleagues on the call today, and we're happy to take that question on notice and come back to you with a response to that specific question. But I would just note that the government is developing a future gas infrastructure investment framework to facilitate investment in new gas infrastructure over the medium to long term, if private sector investment is not forthcoming. So the government's committed $3.5 million in the 21-22 budget to design and implement the future gas infrastructure investment framework to guide the Commonwealth's consideration of support for critical gas infrastructure priorities if required. And that investment framework will provide greater certainty to the market on circumstances where the government will consider providing support to accelerate critical gas infrastructure projects to sort of final investment decision. And the investment framework will also assist in facilitating timely private investment in priority gas infrastructure, helping reduce the risk of gas shortfalls and putting downward pressure on gas prices. And it will outline the circumstances for potential government support for gas infrastructure projects, also over the medium to long term, and any future decisions on provision of support for particular projects. And I think that goes to your point there around the interim matter. Is really a matter for government.
It is a very interesting area, and one of those things that takes more than a 3-word slogan to be able to convey, because it is a little bit more complex.
Chair, if you're interested, we can just expand a little bit on the additional mix of things that we're looking at as well.
Thank you, Chair. I might just add that the government's investing in sort of a mixture of energy infrastructure. So there is obviously the gas investment, there is hydrogen, there's 7 hydrogen hubs that are being worked on. There's increased investment in renewable energy as well. So I think the government's aim is to actually have a mixture of energy so that secures supply and reliability, and we're not just relying on one particular energy source, because different industries require different levels and mixtures of energy.
Good. Tell me, where else in the work you do, when you're looking at this issue of procurement, do you see problem areas, particularly to do with risk and how that should be apportioned and handled from your points of view?
Thank you, Chair. In the 2021-22 budget, our department worked with the Department of Finance on some measures on how we can assist Australian businesses to participate in government procurement. And one of the activities that we did there was to do an industry scan so that we could understand what the pain points were for businesses to participate in procurement. We spoke to a mixture of industry bodies as well as industry, businesses themselves. And risk was definitely one of the things that came up, and we were provided with various examples of where risk was pushed down, where it was not appropriate. So we're taking that information and talking to the Department of Finance about what could be done in that area to possibly build the capability of procurement officers in the Commonwealth, and also build the capability of Australian businesses so that there is a shared understanding of risk and what's appropriate there. We don't have, sort of agreed activities and a solution just yet, but we're definitely hearing it from multiple stakeholders. And I understand that you've heard it throughout these hearings as well, so it's very visible.
Yes, that's absolutely right. And that term, procurement officers, it seems that we should be developing our own capacity and skills and provide career paths for people to be lifetime working in departments as bureaucrats with certain specific skills and some very special skills to equip us to negotiate responsibly when we're spending our taxpayers' money on infrastructure projects. If we're uninformed, uneducated in an area, we leave ourselves vulnerable, it seems that the default situation has often been, well, we'll just do a tender and we'll take the lowest price. A recurring theme has been the difference between lowest price and best value. When you have lowest price, you create a very adversarial system. You create cuts here, there, and down the chain of command. And if often maybe inflated tendering prices to accommodate the tender is being asked, absorb all risk, so they will put in additional monies to cover that. Another resulting thing is if that doesn't cover the unexpected eventuation, well, then there's litigation. And we've talked a lot about collaborative methods of arriving at contracts, and also that a concentration on value that's built into the arrangement. So if you could explain on that, I love the idea of procurement officers and having a graduated people who are very, very senior in those areas, and how that could advantage us.
Thank you, Chair. I think, I don't think we could necessarily comment from our area on the professionalism and training that's required on procurement officers. I would say that one thing that we have been working on with Department of Finance, as I've said, is providing greater guidance to procurement officers on the flexibility and things that you can do within the procurement rules, and that they're not as restrictive as some people might think. I would also say that in August last year, the Department of Finance released guidance on how procurement officers can consider economic benefits when they're looking at tenders. So that is within the value for money, but it does go to what's the benefit to regional economies or the Australian economy that they can take into consideration that might actually mean that value for money is greater than the lowest price. And there might be a higher price tender, but actually there's greater economic benefits that flow from that. And then that's sort of the first guidance, and then additional guidance will come out as we work with Department of Finance. Some of that guidance would be around what we call outcomes-based procurement. So that's working more with industry to come up with better solutions so that we do get value for money, rather than putting out a very specified tender and maybe not getting the best solution in the end.
To your experience, is there a little bit of a shortfall in our capacity to work with the market as far as procurement officers and the expertise that's required to enter into these rather complex, sophisticated arrangements with tenderers? Is there a shortfall at the moment? Your experience?
We don't have a lot of experience directly, but I would say it would depend on the department and the project that's happening. We work quite closely with Department of Defence. They have quite a lot of highly capable people who do work with industry. But Donna, did you want to add anything? We probably don't have as much direct contact with procurement officers.
Yeah, I would say we're always looking at opportunities to work with the Department of Finance, who takes the lead in this area, to see how it is that we can provide procurement officers with additional guidance and training and capability building to work in the space that they're working in. We often hear from industry that that they see that there is an opportunity for procurement officers to sort of be a recognised profession, and we're seeing that more and more as procurement is. I think that even more recently, procurement is far more. There's far more awareness opportunities for industry through procurement and those types of things. And therefore, I think that we've got more of a focus on those procurement officers and what it is that they're bringing to the, you know, potentially to the Australian economy more broadly than just, you know, a specific procurement, but what it means for the flow through to supply chains and those sorts of things within the Australian economy.
So it probably opens the door when we just sort of pursue this procurement officers idea to actually have then specialists of procurement officers to work in various departments. Obviously, somebody who's working to procure contracts on gas-powered power stations as opposed to my favourite of high-speed rail, you'd need, and construction, you'd need a totally different set of skills. That's, I guess, obvious. And would you agree with that?
I would say that definitely the different types of contracts that are being put in place require different skills, and there's a big range of contracts. So right from smaller procurements right through to, as Sabrina mentioned, large defence and infrastructure arrangements. I will note that in some cases it's not necessarily a Commonwealth officer that will be undertaking those procurements directly. Often there's funding provided to states and territories through federal financial relations for states and territories to undertake work in specific areas, and then the procurement officers are in state and territory governments as well. And I can just give you an example. In the National Partnership Agreement for Land Transport, we have an inclusion in there that that any of the transport projects that are undertaken by state governments that are funded through the federal government have a requirement to have an Australian industry participation plan in place. Which means that we're flowing through those types of responsibilities through from the federal to the state level as well.
Chair.
Yes. Is that Luke?
Apologies. No, sorry, Chair. This is David Osborne. May I make an additional comment to my colleagues? The point you raise about value for money versus lowest possible cost is a very relevant one when we're talking about very highly technical areas. And the project that we are responsible for is a good case in point. So in terms of developing a radioactive waste management facility, our number one objective, both from a social license and a regulatory approvals perspective, is safety, as opposed to lowest possible cost. And that is a relatively small or specific skill set. So I think when it comes to the procurement staffing, or the staffing of procurement officers, perhaps where development perhaps is needed is better articulating how to define value for money versus just the lowest possible cost. I think that part of the culture of moving to lowest possible cost is because we perhaps haven't articulated well enough how to achieve value for money when we're talking about very specific objectives that perhaps trump the lowest possible cost, as I mentioned, for example, in radiological safety. And we need procurement officers who are able to ensure that the respective contracts capture that and have the skill set maintained over the life of the contract to be able to achieve that objective.
It does seem this pursuit of lowest price is fraught with dangers in regard to increased risk, possibly increased litigation, unforeseen circumstances, because we've been in a hurry to do this. The term go slow to begin with in order to go fast has come up time and again. And And the value for money is so obvious with anybody who's got the maturity of having built things for a purpose. So for a lifetime cycle, and the repairs and maintenance of that cost of operating some things can do you in. You might pay less up front. If you've got breakdowns, failures, high repair costs, high servicing costs, it's penny wise and pound foolish. And so you do need a higher level of sophistication and probably knowledge to achieve that. And your example, David, is excellent because there's a very special set of skills needed for those procurement in your area of nuclear waste. Some of the evidence that we've had and knowledge that we've had is that when procuring, we have been very short-sighted. We have not sought to develop an industry. We've looked at one single project. For instance, in Sydney, we've had 3 rail projects, light rail projects. None of them are compatible with each other. One of the most recent ones, the trains are broken down, but we can't move the trams or whatever they are, the light rail systems from one track to the other because they're not compatible, which just seems absurd. But also with a longer view, there'll probably be another 3 or 4 or 5 more light rail systems built in Sydney. If we had actually planned this 40 years out, we could have created an industry. And should not have the procurement process, if we've got real expertise and real sophistication, be saying, well, look, we've been asked by the state government to procure some light rail rolling stock here. We're aware that there is talks of further ones. Should we not gather all of these in to create a collective bargaining situation? And if you get past a certain critical mass, when you've got critical mass negotiation, do we get to a tipping point where it is better for us, and in these days of needing greater sovereign security, to actually create an industry of producing this type of rolling stock? Or, we've actually got an industry in Victoria producing this type of rolling stock. Why haven't we gone to the domestic product and sought to improve that to really create a viable and stronger industry? So a lot of sort of discussion points there, but I think the risk, the short-sightedness, piecemeal approach to infrastructure has not served us well. We've got this very incredible time through COVID that we're looking at an unprecedented amount of money of spending on infrastructure. We need to get our procurement right, but we need to get the long-term planning right, because if there is the opportunity of having a number of projects that are related, or the opportunity of creating an industry, those in charge of procurement need to be engaging with anybody else interested in that particular area. Are we only going to build one nuclear waste site in Australia, or are we going to build several? In which case, then why wouldn't we be contracting for those several, for instance?
Well, just to respond to that very last point that you make, Chair, indeed, we are already reflecting on what will come next. As has been announced by the government, the facility that we are building now is being built as a permanent disposal for low-level waste and an interim storage for intermediate level waste, pending a permanent disposal site / facility for intermediate level waste. So we know or have an expectation that the current facility won't be the only facility in Australia, that there will eventually be an intermediate level waste disposal facility. So I'm making the distinction between storage and disposal. Disposal is permanent, we're not with no intention of retrieving the waste, whereas storage is simply, as the name suggests, a temporary waypoint on its way to disposal. So we know that is down the track, although at this stage no planning has been made for the location of the site or anything along those lines. But we are thinking about that in terms of our practices now, so that we minimise the burden on a site further down the track.
In some of the mistakes that have been made where we weren't able to document in the procurement process as thoroughly as may have been, certainly would have been desirable, and then any number of disputes arise, would there be any opportunity in such circumstances to actually tender out the disputed items and have a competitive tender bid for the remediation of the disputes, rather than be beholden to the company that the government has contracted with, which seems to end up with them holding all the cards and us having to pay the piper to fix up the mistakes that have arisen because we either didn't foresee those risks, we tried to pass it on, it was beyond what was mentioned in the contract, and we end up in a real pickle. Do you see any opportunity of being able to tender out such disputes? And you could actually have our second and third and fourth tier companies sitting there with local expertise, possibly being able to remedy such situations or assist. And would that be agreeable to a contractor?
Chair, I don't think that we're able to comment on that. I think that that falls under the responsibilities of some of our other Commonwealth colleagues around contract law and around the procurement rules themselves. So we wouldn't be able to comment on that.
Now, I think somebody just joined in. Do we have a question from somebody else at this moment?
It's Luke here, Chair. I've been on the call, so I'm not the person who just joined in, but I'm happy to ask some questions.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. And so just a clarification, that next nuclear facility that you're already thinking about, which is important, was that a disposal facility, did you say, or a further storage facility?
Mr. Deputy Chair, I want to stress that when I say we're thinking about it, I talk about it as the public servants, not the government. But yes, the intention is that a disposal pathway for intermediate level waste would eventually be constructed. So the current plan, and this is the government's policy, is to build a facility for the permanent disposal of low-level waste and the interim storage of intermediate level waste, pending the identification of a disposal pathway for intermediate level waste. But when I say we're thinking about it in the context of waste conditioning and packaging, so as to reduce the burden down the track for the disposal of that waste. So we don't have to recondition or repackage, for example, the waste as it makes its way onto a final disposal site.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably not the place for it now, but just out of interest, how do you dispose of waste? Is it just you add compounds to neutralise it, or?
Yeah, so trying in very succinct terms, trying to explain it, I think you're aware that there are different categories of waste: low, intermediate, and high level waste, and that waste is categorised based on a combination of the levels of activity and the half-life of the respective radionuclides in that waste. Low-level waste is generally around the globe is considered that near-surface disposal is appropriate, but intermediate level waste and higher levels of waste, the current best practice around the globe is what we call deep geological disposal, where it is removed from the biosphere. And depending again on the levels of activity, that would dictate the depth to which one might go. The current technology that we're looking at in Australia and working with the CSIRO on is to develop what we're calling deep borehole technology, where basically we drill boreholes of sufficient diameter to accommodate the waste down to a significant depth, beyond 500 meters, for example, and that the waste is then simply lowered down into that into that hole. The waste is conditioned so that, for example, liquid waste is solidified, it is packaged. This is not loose waste or anything like that. It is very contained, and the packaging is designed to have as maximum possible life and as much stability, both for transport and for disposal, as is possible. And yes, so then, as I said, for these higher levels of waste, that's disposed in a deep geological facility, and then that facility is capped off and covered up.
Thanks for taking the time to explain that. I know there's a lot to it, but it's encouraging that you're thinking about the conditioning and packaging now to make things easier down the track, because obviously that's where the danger exists in transportation or repackaging or so forth. So good-o. I'm just getting back to the one thing I was interested in just teasing out a bit is, when we were discussing renewables, supply and reliability issues and sovereign capability, if there's a situation where sea lanes are not able to be used and we need to generate our own energy. We've heard some evidence around solar panels. I was just thinking then, there are Australian companies that are making solar panels, and some of the evidence we've heard is that they're very competitively priced, even though all the component ingredients are imported at this point. Are there any restrictions on government doing something like, in order to get an industry going, get a solar industry going, manufacturing panels and the like, and we've got smart people who can do that. But are there any impediments to government mandating, for example, to get an industry going, that, if you have a project that's funded by the Commonwealth and is using taxpayer funds, then very heavy weighting could be given to procurement of Australian-produced solar panels. Are there any sort of restrictions in law or any issues that you would see with that sort of an approach?
Thank you for the question. I might start off and then hand to my colleague here. So you would be aware that in general the Australian government supports a sort of market-based approach to these things. I can't go to the law that's held directly to the law that's held by other departments on these types of things, and I'm sure that you will be speaking with the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade as well in your discussions, as well as the Department of Finance. But we do have certain international trade obligations that go to the mandating of local content. I will say that under the Australian Jobs Act 2013, we do not mandate any commercial outcomes through the Australian industry participation plans that we put in place. So it's really about giving Australian industry the opportunity to communicate about their capability and what it is that they can provide to bid into tendering processes or expressions of interest for providing products and services. I would just say that there are instances in some of the trade agreements where we can go to certain things in terms of supporting Indigenous businesses and small and medium enterprises, and there are some thresholds at which there's some allowance for some things, but as a general rule, I guess we like to approach it from a perspective of building Australian capability to be competitive in bidding into these types of supply opportunities. And as we said, that can take into consideration not just the cost, but the value that brings. And so that's the type of approach that we take more generally, I think, in this area.
Yeah, so not so much mandating, because we might not be able to do that for the trade rules reasons that you mentioned, but incentivising, because it all comes down to the discussion we had right at the start about what's the definition of value. So if the Commonwealth was to indicate to proponents who are tendering to do work in that involved renewables, and it was there was a weighting given to Australian companies. I wonder whether that would help get our own industries going, which would be a bonus for sovereign capability. But yeah, it was interesting to hear from those witnesses about the massive potential. You would be aware that in the Northern Territory there's a company called Sun Cable and ASEAN Power Link, which seeks to construct the world's biggest solar field near Tennant Creek and cable power to Singapore and potentially other places in the future. But you could see that we could become very self-sufficient if we were to make bold moves in that regard, because we've certainly got a lot of sun and we've got a lot of land. I guess the next thing then is batteries, and again, if there were Australian companies that were able to construct batteries, then that really helps with the supply and reliability issues. More broadly, I was just wondering if out of this mix of energies, the 7 hydrogen hubs, the gas investments, and renewables, whether there was anything or any sector that was perhaps a bit underdone in a perfect world, if we had funds, the Commonwealth was cashed up and not in the debt situation that we are in, where would it be best in terms of sovereign capability to make those investments for the future, given our current resources?
So my apologies again. I can take this question on notice and get back to you with some additional detail, but I just will point to one of the government's policies and the recent release of the low emissions technology strategy, and the fact that government is looking at technologies and has set out which technologies they think have that they've prioritised and have value going forward in investing in. So I would point to that strategy in particular to answer your question.
Yeah, thanks very much. I didn't know whether there was someone else who joined the call, Chair, that might have a question.
Thank you, Luke. Is there somebody else who just joined? I thought I heard a beep also. Melissa? Vince? Back to you and me, Luke. Luke, do you have anything else?
Oh, we could, not specifically at the moment. Thanks, John.
Okay, well, I guess I'll go with an open-ended question. You've been, since your submission, you've probably heard an amount of the evidence that we have had that does largely centre around the need to develop sovereign security through increasing local capacity and building industry. There is a great deal of heat in the market. We've had a history of boom and bust. And so it seems that the federal government might be in a position to need to manage the growth. And there's any number of issues, including temporary skilled work visas and to address our immediate needs, and immigration to address longer needs in the development of industry. And what advice would you have in trying to put all of those issues together to advance our skills and the outcomes of our tendering process? And how do we evaluate and how do we building value into our processes rather than the simplest thing of just taking the lowest price, which hasn't served us well?
So I might start on that, but anyone else can feel free to jump in. I think that that there is a lot of discussion at the moment around workforce and labour constraints and pipelines of skills that we need in various industries and sectors across areas that touch in particular on this sort of infrastructure procurement piece. So that's something that we're definitely hearing from other Commonwealth Department colleagues, but also from industry themselves when we're out speaking with them. It's something that we're cognizant of, and I know that there's work being done to look at that pipeline of skills that needs to be developed. I think that as you mentioned, the concept of value for money in procurement terms, can encompass a broad range of things, and potential for building a workforce could potentially be something that could be considered in terms of adding value to a particular bid for a contract. So I think there's definitely an opportunity there to look at that.
And anybody else wants to add their 2 pence?
Chair, I think my colleagues have said it very well.
Oh, you're heading for a raise. That's like the Bill Shorten comment. I don't know what the Prime Minister said, but I agree with it. Okay, but in this case, you did know what your colleague said, and I agree that very valuable contributions, as all of you have made today. So thank you for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. Please feel free, if on reflection there's something you want to put in writing and send to us, gratefully received. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to which you can make corrections of grammar and fact. Thank you again for appearing and your submission. Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon.
We now have representatives from the Department of Finance appearing. For the benefit of Hansard, would you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good afternoon, Chair. Stacey Hall, Acting Deputy Secretary, Commercial and Government Services Group in the Department of Finance.
Good afternoon, Andrew Danks, First Assistant Secretary, Procurement and Insurance Division, Department of Finance.
Christopher Flinders, Acting Assistant Secretary, Procurement Policy, Department of Finance.
Thank you. I remind you that although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, the hearings are legal proceedings of the Parliament and warrant the same respect as proceedings of the House. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as contempt of Parliament. I also remind all members and witnesses that they should set their microphone to mute unless given call to speak. Unmute when you're ready to speak. I now invite you to make your opening statement.
We have no opening statement today. Thank you, Chair.
Well, possibly to kick it off then, be aware of some of the issues that have been raised in regard to sovereign security, the need to increase our capacity and our skills in procurement, the relationship possibly with temporary skilled work visas and immigration issues to assist us in meeting the demands going forward, and risk mitigation, risk sharing. There's so many topics that have been raised, and the building of industry to establish greater levels of sovereign security rather than the short-term and reactive history that we've had, where infrastructure has been kind of piecemeal, whether there's a relationship between that and our short terms in government, particularly in federal government, only 3 years. Does that really allow any government to have, does it encourage government to go forward with a longer term vision that would allow us to create critical mass industries that would might cost a little bit more money to get started, but become viable industries and far more efficient in the long term. So I guess maybe the first issue, let's break it down into how do we establish value over price, as we've sought so often in the past, just to go for the cheapest price, which hasn't always given us the best value. If you could comment on that first.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. Mr. Danks will lead off our evidence in relation to the matters that you've canvassed.
Thank you. So I think when assessing value for money, an official must consider the relevant financial and non-financial costs and benefits of submission. As you've touched on, Chair, price is one of those things, but that is only one of several things. So other things that need to be considered under value for money is the quality of the goods and services, the fitness for purpose. For procurements over 4 million and procurements over 7.5 million for construction works, an official must also take into consideration the economic benefits that a procurement brings to the Australian economy. Economic benefits to the Australian economy doesn't mean you need to use an Australian supplier. Obviously, our Commonwealth procurement rules are non-discriminatory, and that's as a result of our free trade agreement obligations. But what economic benefits can do is to provide skills and training that benefit Australian communities, employees, workers in Australia, paying taxes in Australia, using small and medium enterprises to deliver goods and services, as well as developing Australian industry capabilities or industrial capacity, which could also include supporting sovereign industrial capability priorities and critical industrial capabilities. But I think the key to this is it doesn't need to be an Australian-owned company to be able to do that. Foreign-owned companies can also be able to deliver benefits to the Australian economy.
And just to add to Mr. Danks's points, the Department of Finance has, in August last year, issued guidance for Commonwealth procuring officials to have regard to in relation to their consideration of the broader economic benefits of particular procurement proposals when assessing value for money. So there have been recent developments in relation to supporting all procuring officers to take a broader range of considerations into account in their decision making, and through that the expenditure of taxpayer money. I might get Mr. Danks also to speak briefly to the work we've been doing in terms of building procurement capability across the Commonwealth.
Certainly. So as the custodians of the Commonwealth Procurement Framework, we do run a range of outreach programs to agencies. We have our Senior Procurement Officials Reference Group, which comprises of around 120 agencies, I believe, which get together every month to talk about emerging procurement issues. Our Department of Finance also hosts the Centre of Procurement Excellence. This is a initiative designed to upskill the Australian Public Service in procurement matters. I sit on the board for that, along with some of my colleagues from other agencies in industry, and it's topped off by the Secretary's Procurement Roundtable. So Secretary Rosemary Huxtable chairs that with several other secretaries of APS agencies, as well as leaders from the business community, including Ms. Jennifer Westacott from the Business Council of Australia. In the Department of Finance, we've also taken a leadership role to improve the procurement capabilities of our teams who do procurements, and we've rolled out a diploma in procurement and contracting management. So we've partnered with a private sector party to be able to provide that training, to provide those extra skills that are required when dealing with these complex strategic procurements.
It's often in evidence we've been told that while the states fund much infrastructure, inevitably it is the federal government that the states deliver much of the infrastructure to the federal government that pays for it. And should the federal government be more involved in the procurement and making sure that we are being responsible when spending our taxpayers' money, make sure that all due diligence is being done at the procurement phase to get the best possible value for our taxpayers' money. How might that should be done?
So I think this was canvassed this morning too, Chair. We saw the testimony from the Department of Infrastructure. The Commonwealth procurement rules are only related to Commonwealth agencies. They're not related to state and territory organisations. State and territories have their own procurement frameworks in which they operate under. I know our colleagues in the Department of Infrastructure engage quite deeply with our state and territory colleagues through their national partnership agreements. I think from a Department of Finance perspective, it's something the Department of Infrastructure is best placed to address and consider.
In other inquiries, and it's probably come to the fore here, as these things have to be funded and how they should be funded. The issue of where the states, Victoria and New South Wales in particular, have signalled that they are going to put in place windfall imposts on rezoned land in the case of Victoria. In the case of New South Wales, Rob Stokes has signalled that there will be similar imposts on lands that are impacted by infrastructure, investment and or rezoning. What do you see in our procurement practices? Should there be an awareness of these opportunities, and how should that be built into our procurement practices?
Thank you for the question. As Mr. Danks indicated,
I'm sorry, Stacey, I'm having a little trouble hearing from you, which is probably more to do with me than you. But if you could assist and get a little closer to the mic, or maybe to speak a little louder.
I think it's a shared problem. Is that better, Chair?
Much better. I'm hearing you now. Thank you.
Thank you. As my colleagues, Mr. Danks alluded to, the procurement practices of the state governments are there subject to their policy arrangements in those jurisdictions. The Department of Infrastructure works very closely with those jurisdictions in relation to the agreements through which Commonwealth funding flows, and are probably best placed to address your query in relation to practices at the state and territory level. At the Commonwealth level, value capture and those types of mechanisms are something that's actively considered in the context of procurements for infrastructure delivery, where it's being delivered directly by the Commonwealth, which is in a limited set of circumstances, or through government business enterprises, and the overall procurement strategies in relation to specific projects will take into consideration those types of mechanisms where appropriate in order to ensure that value for money is optimised for the Commonwealth.
In evidence in a previous inquiry, fairer funding and financing of faster rail, we had a lot of evidence from Western Sydney of the enormous uplift in the value of lands. And the airport, I understand, is funded by the federal government. And I know we committed and brought forward some $11.5 billion of funding for the rail system from the airport with 5 stations to St Mary's. We were told by the previous group giving evidence that there is or was a value capture mechanism in place. Do you know anything about that mechanism that was arrived at between the New South Wales government, the federal government, and what was the amount of monies raised through that mechanism?
Chair, no. We're involved as shareholder of Western Sydney Airport, the company that is delivering the airport, but the related rail and road infrastructure is being jointly funded by the New South Wales and Commonwealth, and the Department of Infrastructure would be best placed to answer your questions in relation to the procurement strategy and value capture arrangements that are related to the delivery of that infrastructure.
Could I get some sort of general opinion? Because one part of the evidence was that one landowner bought land for $3.5 million and on-sold it for $500 million. And we understand that some of the other lands went up by more, and yet they weren't subject to any request to contribute to the cost of the infrastructure. It seemed that it was going to be left up to developer contributions who were buying these lands at these escalated levels. So do you have an opinion of how we should be pursuing this mechanism of value capture?
Chair, not specifically in relation to the particular selected examples that you give. I don't think we can add much to the debate in that regard.
Sorry, I would have thought that it would have been a central theme of finance to look at where you may gain revenues to finance and fund projects. That's not the case, is it?
I think what Ms Hall is saying is whilst it could be a matter that government could consider, it wouldn't be a matter that within the Department of Finance and the procurement frameworks that we manage, especially in the example you raised, would be relevant. I think the states and territory governments are closer to those matters. They have the taxation powers around land that can be used. Department of Finance doesn't have a role in that policy debate at this point in time.
Luke, are you there? Do you have questions?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sorry, just hold the line a sec. I had a question in relation to Commonwealth procurement in relation to grants and North Australia Infrastructure Facility and Clean Energy Finance Corporation, just in relation to the $20 million figure. And I'm not suggesting someone just plucked it out of thin air, but I'd just be keen on a bit of context around why that figure was arrived at, please. Thank you.
Can you just confirm, Mr. Gosling, the 20 million figure, is that in relation to the Australian Industry Participation Plan threshold, or is this another 20 million?
Yeah, no, sorry, my mistake. I should have mentioned that. Yeah, it's to do with the AIP.
So the Australian Industry Participation Plans are run by the Department of Industry, Science and Energy and Resources. So I think they had a discussion with you just before us. For entities that have to comply with the Commonwealth procurement rules, then they also have to comply with the Australian Industry Participation Plan requirements of doing an Australian Industry Participation Plan. I'm fairly confident that CEFC is not a party to our Commonwealth procurement rules. I'm just checking my colleagues.
That's correct.
No, so their obligations for Australian Industry Participation Plans would be part of the broader obligation that's within that Act, and those questions should be directed to the Department of Industry as it's not related to the procurement framework.
Yeah, I'm just on the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources Australian Industry Participation page, which is it says CEFC and NAIF, but would anyone venture an opinion as to whether that $20 million figure is, if it was to be reduced, would the Department of Finance have an issue with it?
I think my response to that would be, as those two entities you mentioned don't have to comply with the Commonwealth procurement rules, then we would not be the best officers to provide a view on that. As those two entities would have to comply with the broader requirements under the AIP framework, then those questions should be directed to the Department of Industry, who has policy ownership of that framework.
Yeah. That's probably all I've got for now. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Luke. Just moving in your submission, achieving value for money is the core rule. Price is not the sole factor when assessing value for money. It requires consideration of relevant financial and non-financial costs and benefits. Could you elaborate on that, on how we might go about determining value in a procurement contracting at the moment of contracting for procurement? It seems the easy route is just the lowest price, and it needs far more depth of engagement and knowledge in the subject to work out what running costs, repair costs, whatever else might show up over the life of the piece of infrastructure. So could you give some opinions on how you might best pursue the goal of gaining best value?
Yes. So speaking at the conceptual level, so in assessing value for money, procuring officials and delegates are able to and do take into account a broader range of factors, including the financial and non-financial costs and benefits of particular proposals. At a practical level, that would generally take into consideration the proposed approach to delivering the good or service that a proponent bids in a particular tender, the capability and expertise that is offered by the team or the organisation that is seeking to win the work. It would also take into account the approach to risk sharing that is proposed and sought, which is normally reflected in the contractual arrangements, as well as price and the financial structure and arrangements in the contract. And also, as Mr. Danks attested to earlier, a broader range of considerations in relating to overall economic benefits, and Mr. Danks went through with greater specificity considerations that procuring officials would have regard to in that context.
In relation to in your submission that the CPRs require the procurement of construction services by relevant entities valued at or above 7.5 to be undertaken via a competitive open tender process. If there is an unsolicited offer by an entity that is absolutely unique, and that entity has a verifiable reputation of delivery and quality of product, and in these days of concerns of sovereign security by a very close trading partner and ally, is there any reason why we would have to, why we couldn't enter into good faith negotiations with that entity to determine the viability of their offer to partner with us, with Australia, in such a development?
So, Chair, there's a requirement under the Commonwealth Procurement Rules 10.3C, Conditions for Limited Tender, which says, for procurements made under exceptionally advantageous conditions that arise only in the very short term, such as from unusual disposals, unsolicited innovative proposals, liquidation, bankruptcy, and so on and so forth. That means that if a proposal meets one of those requirements, it can be considered as a limited tender, which would mean it would not have to go through an open tender process. But the accountable authority in individual agencies will have to come to that assessment. There's another relevant clause as well in 10.3, which is 10.3D Part 3, where the goods and services can be supplied only by a particular business, and there is no reasonable alternative or substitute for one of the following reasons, and Part 3 is due to an absence of competition for technical reasons. So I think, as our colleagues previously from the Department of Industry attested, the Commonwealth procurement rules are quite flexible and they do allow for those sort of engagements to be considered.
I'm not sure if you're there, Chair, but I might just jump in with a supplementary question I asked one of the...
Yeah, sorry, I unmuted by mistake.
No worries. Did you want to keep going, Chair?
Finish this and then I'll go straight to you. The case in question was that on the 21st of July, the ambassador for Japan made an offer of a desire to partner with Australia to develop high-speed rail in Australia for all the reasons that we've identified in previous inquiries. Do you think, given those items that you just referred to, that would prevent us from entering into good faith negotiations, discussions to determine whether such infrastructure is viable in Australia at this point?
It would be up for the accountable authority of the agency responsible to determine whether those requirements I outlined earlier were met and whether that would be appropriate to the circumstance you described, Chair. Without knowing the details, I wouldn't want to pass a view as to whether that's appropriate or not.
Okay, that's fine. Luke, sorry, go ahead.
Thanks. Just that question that I asked the department previously, just in relation to veteran-owned businesses, I had heard somewhere, but I can't put my finger on it, that there was some policy work going on that would apply a similar policy response to promoting Indigenous-owned companies, First Nations-owned companies. There was some policy work being done on a similar situation for veteran-owned businesses, particularly those that employed veterans, as a way of promoting their transition into civilian life after service. I was just wondering if anyone could enlighten me as to whether there's any policy work going on in that area or any other incentives that are being developed in that regard.
Well, Mr. Gosling, I'm not aware of any specific policy work in relation to veteran-owned businesses. There is an exemption in our Commonwealth procurement rules for procurement of goods and services from a small and medium enterprise for procurements paid up to $200,000. So that would mean that if there is a veteran-owned business that was classified as a small and medium enterprise, then the full open approach to market is not required for contracts under $200,000. I think you touched on the Indigenous procurement policy. So the Indigenous procurement policy is consistent with Australia's free trade agreement obligations by virtue of specific exemptions in those agreements for measures for the economic and social advancement of Indigenous peoples. We're not aware of any other exemptions within those free trade obligations that would extend to other groups. But our colleagues in the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who are responsible for those free trade agreement obligations, may be better placed to address that part.
And would it be the case, thank you, would it be the case that that states or territories may be in a position to have done some policy development in that regard? You mentioned that you hadn't heard anything, but do the same rules apply to state and territory procurement rules as apply to Commonwealth procurement rules with regards to our trade obligations?
I believe there are differing obligations at the both Commonwealth and state and territory level when it comes to our free trade agreements. We aren't experts in the free trade agreement space. Our foreign affairs and trade colleagues are the ones who negotiate those agreements, and they'd be better placed to pass it as to whether the states and territories have a different regime they operate under.
Yeah, fair enough. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Luke. I think we've just about exhausted our questions. Is there anything else that you would like to contribute to assist us in this endeavour? No. Well, in that case, thank you for appearing before the committee today. The committee secretariat will be in touch with you in relation to any matters arising out of today's hearing. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence, to which you can make corrections and of grammar and fact. And again, thank you very much for your submission and your attendance for today. Can I now have a resolution that the committee authorise publication, including publication on the parliamentary database, of the transcript of the evidence given before it at the public hearing today? There being no objection, it is so resolved. And I declare this public hearing closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.